习武之人，無懼風雨雷霆。習武之心，靜看流水浮雲。習武之道，邊個先係真正嘅對手？
讓本帥看看，對手究竟有多少斤兩。
道如水，水可乾，亦可游；水可高，亦可收。
滔滔江河，奔涌无形，无形为形，武统即道。 真正的对手就是自己。
習武之道就係戰勝自我之道。武係我，兵亦係我。
诸位，可愿为本帅俯首？
我就是你们要找的。 李星云，哎呀，人长得帅就是麻烦，走哪儿都有人惦记。
记着，本姑娘叫姬如雪，是幻音房的人。 幻音房的剑，从来不会迟疑。
从今日起，本帅心之所向，便是人心所向。诸位，可愿为本帅俯首？
我是齐王，亦是幻音房的女帝。太平只是这世间的面子，而里子早已烂透了。
As chaos tears open the heavens, the natural order inverts. My, how many journeys back and forth have you made already? Still not found? Searching for someone lost in the rifts. No small task.
It's nothing. I'm just doing my job.
Here's a small charm for your protection.
Much appreciated. This is nothing like I remember. Curious, but there's no time to waste.
All that, Justina, only to become the matron.
Traitor. I will not listen to Akira's lapdog. Today, I will purge you shot of your filth!
Go now!
You're courting death!
Justina!
Excellent. It's taken the bait. As your escort, it's my job to return you to Lenazra safe and sound. So, no matter how many times it takes, I won't stop till I find you!
That light. Does it burn brighter than I do? When you find her in the rift, I'd like to see her for myself.
风卷雷云，来者不善。老伙计，这遭又该麻烦你了。
not a game. I'm not a robot. AI challenging you. I'm not a venom. I'm in your face and I'm here to see
その歪んだ欲望、我々怪盗団が頂戴する。
right before your eyes. Watch us multiply.
どんな困難にも全力で立ち向かいます。
It's time. As the power
美
grows.
少女怪盗と申します。お宝は私がいただいていきますね。
Light us will go dry.
綺麗なバラにはトゲがあるとこ見せてあげるね。
ジョーカーだ。よろしく頼む。
心の怪盗団の一員だよ。こんにちは。私のことはバイオレットと呼んでください。私はノワールです。
Nights are long, trying to understand a life of words unspoken. How all of her hopes, all of her plans, told so much of what I meant to be. How some should stand but I'm broken. Your love will help me so near. Never left enough space to hear how it tore me up inside. I've never been prepared to take the key to your kingdom's gate. The dreams wanted I'd never share. Break this song, I tried to form my freedom instead. I fight it on my own road ahead. I've got a fire in my soul, time to find my own demons. Just will never hold me back. Break this road, I face the world with all that I have. Relay forever, held it in my hand. NARAKA calls to me when no turns back. The end of your key is back. Deep down I know how you care. Only wish I had shoes your fears. In the flames I feel alive, the burden in my hands. I'm climbing up to the heavens gates, defy the fates to show you who I am. Break this throne, now trade it for my freedom instead. I fight it on my own road ahead. I've got a fire in my soul, time to find my own demons. Just will never hold me back. Break this throne, now face the world with all that I have. Lay forever held within my hand. NARAKA calls to me
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are here once again. First Biweekly has already finished, or it's about to, as we are going to be going through the Biweekly 1 Trios final of the fall split. I am very excited, as I'm sure you are too, Moxie. And of course, I am Dougie Donuts, and we are here to be your casters and hosts. And yeah. We're going to be getting the day started with some Firefly Morris Isle. Very, very exciting. What are you most excited about today, Moxie?
New compositions. I always look forward to getting to see the new compositions come through, and JL have been up to their traditional shenanigans whenever a new season comes through, coming up with a whole bunch of new compositions, which already a lot of these other teams are trying to copy. It's been so long since we got to see Yue Shen in Trios meta, but JL have been able to incorporate him into a composition with a Viper and a Matari, which is already finding them a lot of value, so I cannot wait to see how that composition continues to evolve.
Yeah, absolutely. I have to say it was probably my favorite part of the previous week of the first bi-weekly day. Oh my goodness, I loved it. It was it was very fun to see all these different things being brought out into the fray, into the battlefield. It's very exciting to see Yushan finally make his appearance once again. You know, we haven't seen him for a very, very long time, and to think that it would be with V1, with the Nbpl ultimate, the skewer, just making kebabs left and right with the Matari ultimate to refresh the cooldown. Big damage. So we'll see if we're going to get a little bit more of that action. I'm sure we will, but there could be a few variations to it that we may not expect. You know, Feria could be replacing Viper. And then, speaking of Viper, we're going to have a lot of different Viper compositions, as we were talking a little bit about it before. You know, Viper, Matari, Zai could certainly make an appearance very soon. But for now, before we go into our first few games, we're going to be going over to the opening ceremony, which should be a blast. It should be very exciting to watch. We'll be heading over in a moment, but I hope you're all excited, ladies and gentlemen, because we'll be getting into the games very, very soon.
Yes, and potentially we have 8 of them, although if JL have anything to say...
欢迎来到 Nbpl， 这里是2025 Nbpl 秋季赛第一双周3排周决赛的比赛现场，我是今天的主持人陈瑜，大家好。经过了第一双周激烈的常规赛，我们有12支战队来到本次的周决赛当中，接下来让我们有请战队登场。12支战队已经站在了我的身边，那么在我右手边的是来自 JL 的谭旭杰。对于这一次的周决赛，是在你拿下锦鲤杯冠军之后所面对的第一个周决赛。重回老东家 JL， 对于这一次的比赛有着怎样的信心，能为 JL 拿下本赛季的第一个周冠军呢？
那肯定目标只有冠军嘛。
目标只有冠军。同样站在我左手边的是来自 SR 的17S。在这次的常规赛当中 ，SR 有着让人无法忽视的精彩表现，是否对于这一次的周冠军也是势在必得呢？
努力就好。
努力就好。当然，来到了新的赛季，也面对到了新的征程。究竟在这一次的周决赛当中，谁会拿下本赛季的第一个3排周冠军呢？让我们拭目以待。2025 Nbpl 秋季赛第一双周3排周决赛正式开始。
I was told to be all that I can be. You can get it too if you just focus and believe. Just as advertised, so you gon' get just what you see. I'm not you, not you. I'm M to the E, I'm me. Just as advertised, so you gon' get just what you see. I'm not you, not you. I'm M to the E.
welcome back, everybody, as we get ready to head into our first of potentially 8 games for the day. This is a bi-weekly final, which means that we have our match point rule set in play. And Dunk, this also means that all of these teams are going to be starting off on 0 hero points. So unlike the regular weeks where we get to see a lot of game 1s go top heavy Tianhai compositions, that's going to be impossible, because if Tianhai gets picked for a majority of teams in phase 1, he then becomes unaffordable for all of the teams in the rest of the groups.
Yeah, absolutely. And I thought we were talking a little bit about it. I was thinking that we might see a little bit of Sand Siphon, a little bit of the Takeda action coming out, the Demon Man himself, you know, because in the previous day that we saw, we didn't really see Takeda appear until the Firefly games in the second half of the day. But since, of course, we're starting off with Fireflies, and of course, because of the hero points that you just mentioned, we're probably going to be seeing a little bit of that Sand Siphon come on through. So who knows what will be picked up in first phase? It's hard to really say. It's been a constant discussion as to what is the better option. You know, some think that it's Viper, some think that it's Monk. It's hard to really say. But you know what I can say? Well, you got to make sure you get your Twitch account linked with your NARAKA account, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to get your hands on these Twitch drops. And of course, since it is a bi-weekly final, you are going to be getting the extra goodies. You know, you want to get those bi-weekly final exclusive drops. So make sure to go to the top right of your screen or that your NARAKA account is linked to your Twitch account if you want to get your hands on these rewards.
Yes, definitely make sure that that account is linked so that you can keep those coming. Next week as well is going to be that champion bubble, which you can only get once a season, and that's going to be including some of our previous winners as new emotes coming on through. So I cannot wait to see what a wonderful cosmetic artists have been able to cook on up. But speaking about cooking on up, we've talked about, you know, a little bit about the Tianhai compositions. We've talked about the fact that we might see Yi Weishan, and like you said, ASC already making some of those changes, slotting in the Farrier over the Viper. We're going to be seeing a lot of Viper compositions. I believe phase 1 is probably going to be, for the most part, Tianhai teams, then phase 2 Viper teams, and probably phase 3 something that's made up of either Sand Siphon or Siphon compositions coming on through for a lot of them. But we're going to be seeing a lot of pick and mixing, it feels like, when it comes to those Viper teams, purely because Wu Chen is still out of play, which means that some of these teams are going to be slotting in, you know, Syra, so that they can just have so much overwhelming CEC, and then other times we've also seen the Viper, as we talked about, paired up with the new composition on the block, that Matari and the Yuasian, but then that obviously means that Siphon composition becomes unaffordable as we start off the day.
Yeah, no, it's a little bit of pick and mix, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Very nice indeed. I'm looking forward to it, and perhaps we'll even see something that we don't usually see. You know, we might see a little bit of Hardy, might see a little bit of Valda, perhaps. I believe we saw a Valda Karumi Tianhai composition appear in this bi-weekly.
DRG
was it
ran
DRG?
Valda, Tianhai, and Karumi. Yeah.
No, and there was a Justina Tianhai Karumi as well. So there's definitely a lot of mix and matching. So who knows what we're going to be treated with today, ladies and gentlemen. But here we are taking a look at the teams that will be playing. GL, SR, ASE, GG, OA, SS1, FPX, OUG, Alliance. Definitely a spicy lobby, I have to say, as we've got some heavy hitters in here, and I don't know who's going to come out on top. It's very hard to say. We've got SS1 playing extremely consistently. We've got JL coming up with all these new tricks and compositions. It's hard to really say. Who do you think is going to be coming out on top, or who do you think is going to be the top 3, perhaps?
I think JL's definitely going to be up there, as, like you said, they came up with a new composition. They're going to have the best understanding of how to play it. I think SS1 is also going to be a safe hedge. given the fact that we saw them have an absolutely incredible spring split, and then coming into the summer season, they've already had a lot of momentum on their side. JL obviously are going to be starting a little bit closer to some of these other teams to that match point threshold of 63, whereupon once they've been able to go past it, any game afterwards, be it Game 5, Game 6, Game 7, or Game 8, if they're able to achieve that MVP, we stop regardless of what match that we're on. And JL are very, very good at picking up a lot of points very early on in the day, which then puts a lot of the other teams under pressure of not just performing well themselves, but also being able to stop JL from having a good game too.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You know, they've managed to accrue quite a few points earlier. I mean, if we're talking TXJ, we saw his performance along with his teammates in the spring split. So who knows? But then again, they didn't come away with the dub. You know, they didn't come away with the win. ASE was victorious back in the spring. So who knows what happens today? They might not be able to come away with the win. Perhaps it's finals jitters. You know, the pressure of performing. It can get to you, and it really speaks to the mentality of players. Mental is one of the most important things, especially when it comes to trios, because a team is only as strong as its weakest link. If one of you is anxiety ridden, it's going to be a very hard task, a very steep hill to climb if you're the man down. So
yeah, and I think definitely with, trios getting much more pressure.
Plenty of veterans here today, and I'm sure they are prepared, as they are also likely preparing it for I think I disconnected for a second. I'm not really sure what happened.
Okay, it appears that Dunk is unfortunately having a little bit of problems with his network, so you get the Moxie Ramble Hour right now, talking, about what the pressure is that those players are going to be coming under. Trios definitely has evolved into having a lot more pressure, given the fact that we get to see so much now late game pressure with things like the Yang depletion coming on through, the capture the flag if you do not manage to get into that circle of realm of Yang Spirit, and we can have a look at some of these statistics as well as the glyphs coming on through for a lot of these players. This is OA and their glyphs coming on out with a little bit of selected skills with the Matari on the F2 and the V1 that we talked about, as well as 2 tick there on that UA with the composition that JL have been able to come up with, that a lot of these teams are now trying to grab for themselves or have a couple of different heroes inserted to make it one of their own. And that, I think, is going to be, the new composition that a lot of these teams are very quickly going to try and add to their wheelhouse. OA coming on through with an average kills of 9.3, the 4th highest in the lobby, but they also have the highest statistic of being in that top 5, and we can see that Viper, Matari, and Uation composition already at an average point that they're able to pick up with it of 17, which, when you remember that match point coming on through is 63 as a threshold, well, 17 is already almost a third of the way through into it. So I would not be surprised, given the fact that we're going to be starting off on Forest Isle Night, a map which is a lot flatter in comparison to places like Padoria and Holoroth, that we're going to be seeing a lot of those duration compositions coming on through, because the one thing that's always counted duration in the past has been his ability to keep up with other people critically. Every single time a duration ultimate comes up, the best thing that you can possibly do is find yourself a nice cozy spot on the high ground, as that Uation simply cannot reach. He has to expend a lot of his mobility just trying to be able to catch up to you. as we can have a look now at 5-1 coming on through. A team that literally moved to the Nbpl arena so that they could practice for J-Cup. And they've been finding a lot of success, going to show that foreign teams moving into Nbpl can very rapidly improve when they're faced with so much challenges and in an environment where they're purely allowed to test themselves against the strongest players every single week that they can get their hands into one of these bi-weekly finals. SS1, another team that we've talked about being incredibly strong with Luye, Yuan, and Zhulan coming on out. We were a team that really impressed in the spring split coming on through. Number 4 for the top 5 with an average kills of 9.1. However, the damage that they're able to do is absolutely crazy, as we can have a look and see that one of their favorite compositions is that Sand Siphon composition, which is always going to be doing a huge chunk of damage, especially if that Takeda has that V3 and it's fully maxed out, so you can get the most out of your ultimate.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I'm back. You know, the hourly red bar, the dunking special. You know, you love it. It's I love that I can't go a day without having internet problems. It just makes me so happy. But anyway, moving on. We're going to be jumping into this game rather soon, and we got to take a look at the glyphs, the preparation, all those different little the nodes. Oh, it's great to be able to see that. It's not something that you've been privy to beforehand, but it's definitely great to see that now. Lots of things moving forwards, and oh my goodness, JL with the average points of 21.5 on that Ferrier comp, the ice cream comp, as it were. It's what they call it. It wasn't one of ours. It wasn't one of our names. They called it the ice cream comp in China. Because I'm not really sure exactly why. It's probably Justina related, but still, the Bing Chilling comp, as it were, as that's what ice cream is in Chinese. If you didn't know, you learn something new every day. But 21.5 points is a lot. So if they're able to bring that sort of scoreline out in the early games, as you were saying, they could close out the day rather early, as it is obviously the match point system. So very exciting times, very exciting game ahead of us, ladies and gentlemen. What are you predicting is phase 1? What do you think it is? You think it's going to be Monk?
I feel like it might be Monk, but it might also be Viper. Given the fact that it's Morosile Knight, those Vipers are going to be getting those ultimates online a lot of the time, and right off of the rip, that's going to make them very, very scary to have to deal with. Tianhai is a very, very good team, but the scaling for Transformer compositions always hits its peak in the mid to late, as opposed to the early, where even if you get your ultimate online, you don't really have the equipment scaling to be able to actually have a lot of threat to what you bring to the table with that Tianhai V2, as it scales off of the health, or rather the health scales off of the armor that you have equipped, and the damage that you do scales off of the weapon that you have equipped, as opposed to Viper, where if we get that stun, it's just immediate with the silence. But no, all of these teams, it looks like, are going to be leaning towards that Tianhai composition.
And it makes sense. You know, the Tianhai composition, it is that sort of scaling composition, and it's a bit slow and steady, wins the race kind of vibe to start off the day, which is understandable. You know, you're going to be going into the first game, you want to sort of feel things out and not, you know, go full pedal to the metal, you know. But hey, it doesn't look as though all of them are on the same page, as we do see a Viper composition come out to play, and another few, oh my goodness, 2 more Viper comes. Viper, Justina, Syra, and then now we're going to be getting the ice cream comp, the Ferrier, Syra, Justina, coming out from SS1, and then 5-1. Hey, okay. We're seeing the JL special, you know, the Viper Matari Yushan. I'm excited to see it, absolutely. But what is going to be in our third and last round selection, Moxie? Because we haven't seen any Takeda yet.
Yeah, it feels like it's going to have to be Sand Siphon, as Viper is too expensive, and Tianhai is too expensive, so it should be a heel turn into the Sand Siphon composition as Alliance. Oh, hold on a minute. We've got 1 Sand Siphon for Wolves coming on through, but it has to be played with Karumi rather than Syra, who's already been made more expensive. That's 2 Sand Siphon compositions with Karumi. but 2 teams are actually going to be fielding that Yueshan. Something to note as well is that I think this was a really smart move from OUG to move away from the Tianhai teams and go for a Viper composition, because they were the only ones that did that in Phase 1, which meant that Viper wasn't made more expensive. It's weakened as well the Tianhai sort of triad coming on through, because now you have 3 monks in the lobby rather than 4, and we're going to have more Vipers to be able to keep the pressure on those Transformer teams, which means that OUG can fade into all of those players on Phase 2 and turn against the compatriots in Phase 1.
Oh my! This could go in so many different ways, and different Yushan comps. I'm wondering, are we committing to the Impale? Are we going for the V2, the CC buff, the anti-CC buff rather, to be able to counter these Vipers? Are the Vipers going to be running at that V2, or to have that silence, the big AoE line of sight silence, or are we going to be going for the stun? Because it's very hard to say at this point, as everything seems as though it's still a bit up in the air. It's a little bit undecided, so to speak, and it's also possible that there was some hidden strategies and hidden compositions leading up to this point. So we might see something new come out today from one of these teams that they've been hiding previously. Of course, we have. We're gonna have to wait and see, and we're about to take a look at those abilities right now. What do we reckon? V1 Impale, ladies and gentlemen?
I feel like I mean, it kind of has to be if you're running with the Matari, so that you can get the refresh and utilize Impale twice in one ultimate cycle. But we're going to have to wait and see which of those abilities all of these teams are going to be picking to play with.
It's hard to say. There's still quite a lot of Viper though. 4 different Vipers, but are they going to be? Are they going to be the same setup? We've got F1, V1. Okay, so 2 of them are running that long. Wait, all of them are. Okay, all of them, in fact, are going to be running the V1 stun, that long stun. Interesting. It's rare that we actually have a consensus as to which Viper configuration is best. There is one outlier, the one outcast of the group, who's running F2 instead of F1. But that being said, still, they are all going to be running at that V1. And is that perhaps intended as a counter to this Yushan, who's been running Impale? Not enough Vipers out there with stun. I'll just run the skewer instead. Joke's on you, Yueshan. I have changed my strategy. Who knows? We'll have to see.
I mean, it could have been the conditioning, like you said, where they let the Yushans think that they could get away with Impale in the regular week, and then when it actually really counts in the bi-weekly finals, then you hit them with a surprise, all of a sudden swap up of those abilities. No surprises that GG are going to be starting one off in the familiar territory. It might be a new season of Nbpl, but it's the same old drop location for GG. Secret tunnels, they can try and grab a lot of those loot, as well as the Fireflies in all of those spaces. Rofu already trying to hunt down SO. But he got his hands on those Fireflies, and that Viper ultimate is about to come on through. Paul Free. Oh, in that 1 versus 2 has absolutely no way of breaking LOS before the stun comes out, and GG are going to be fighting 1 man down.
Yeah, that was not very fun for him, unfortunately, but where were his teammates? So I asked myself, and here they are. We've got some more GG members turning up, and they've managed to take one of these players down. CJS getting locked up against the corner. The F comes through. The zipping ultimate is not used early enough. Unfortunately, the Syra microwave is making it very difficult for LXM to really do anything whatsoever, being constantly chased down by Zhao and his white dual blade. LXM is going to make it through the other side of the cave, but the door has not been opened. He has nowhere to go, ladies and gentlemen, and SR are going to be winning off spawn, getting 3 kills for themselves and a decent amount of loot.
Yeah, Wolves going to be finding themselves embroiled now between 5-1 and OUG, and in the middle of two teams is not where you want to be right now. Nai HQ with this halberd, trying to put a lot of damage in, but everyone's going to be scattering away from Ivan's ultimate. Not in time, though. The openness of space allows that Viper's ultimate to go on off without a hitch. And now it's going to be a matter of OUG versus Wolves. Kurumitev is going to be expended so that we can break away from SS and get back to the team who might be able to kill that location. But the jump LMBs from the longsword have allowed SS to build up that last little bit of ultimate for the V1. Metallic ultimate comes on through to stop it. A wonderful parry from SS's end, though, and he actually just withholds to see whether or not he can land the horizontal hit on the wake up. Gets punished for it, though, and they've lost one of their players. The Spatmore comes on through the Yushan transformation and turns onto OUG's team instead.
Oh no, that was such a sad sight to see. Fat Milk finding the Impale onto the Syra, but due to the terrain, Syra fell down below and the Impale follow-up just did not connect, unfortunately. Now the next Impale coming on through, but the ultimate timing out, not allowing for enough time for that follow-up to come through. Oh my goodness, 1 HP in a dream! But no! He does not manage to get the stun! And the Soul Bloom comes through, but Pampy, he's still in it. He's still fighting until the last. He finds one. Is he going to manage to disengage it? Tries desperately to get around the pillar, but not able to do so. The tree was not his friend. The F's going to come through, tied perfectly at the end of the silence for the jump LMV. The re-jump doesn't come through, and he catches him with the... Oh my goodness, the focus release, and Pampy going in with a huge clutch up, going up to 6 eliminations for 5-2-1.
Oh, the risk factor of committing to that RMP. If he'd been parried, it would have been curtains. But he goes for the gamble. He manages to find the damage and wins that 1 versus 1, start picking up some of his plays, as JL have already been able to pick themselves up one set of purple armor, which is currently going to be going out onto one thing. That's probably going to be handed on over to TXJ before he goes for his ultimate, is make that 2 sets of purple armor, actually, as JL are just going for a very slow loot pathing rotation right now. They're currently on 0 eliminations, but they are more than happy to go for that slower roll to make sure that they get themselves set up for the best possible scenario and win that realm of Yang to properly start scaling with a legendary weapon drop.
Oh, absolutely. That is the name of the game for these boys, as well as the Takeda teams, I imagine, as we see them not having gotten themselves any kills just yet. They're probably out there trying to farm as much money and get as many high-tier weapons as they can. It looks as though we are going to see JL creeping up, TXJ crouching, slow walking over. He spotted out Alliance on the shop, doing a little bit of... ooh! We see us jump in. We see a little bit of aggression coming on through. Yuma just sending focus attacks into the nothingness, just hoping to deter an onslaught. TXJ now caught in a bit of a strange situation. 1 versus 2. The Hardy ultimate is coming up behind him. Jiang, will he be able to catch up? No, sir. TXJ is going to manage to break away just in time. Unfortunately, on the back end, yep, PP has been taken down by the other members of JL. Are they going to be able to salvage this? The Moonbeam coming on through, Moxie. Are they going to win this one? It's looking pretty dire for them.
I mean, they're going to have to win it quickly, though, because that Moonbane, the Dinderbell has been wrong. It's given away the fact that there's a fight going on. JL, even through that Moonbane's presence as well, will be able to get another pickup onto Alliance now, just leaving Yuma from behind. And unfortunately, that Matari's ultimate has already come into play. Dashes into the Moonbane, starts trying to revive one of those players, but JL hit the sign queue and immediately interrupted before it can come on out. They're just trying to keep that Matari occupied, as poor Yuma has no choice but to try and stick that revive right about now. But unfortunately for him, JL have so much reach with both the fan and those flying knives, and that is going to be Alliance having to revisit the respawn.
It's so unfortunate for them. They spent all that time getting the Dark Tide coins to buy the Moonbane and buy all of their things, and then they just get crushed by JL, splitting them up. TXJ acting as the distraction. I'll distract them. You get that guy. That's all she wrote for him, unfortunately. And I have to say, props to TXJ for not going down in that situation, as he did not really have, you know, the buildings to kite around. He was just somewhat out in the open, but still, he was able to disengage, having that fan to use for those scale rushes, the very speedy scale rush away, able to buy enough time for his teammates to create that numbers advantage for him. But now we've gone into a bit of a lull in the action, at least for the moment. Usually when I say that, we cut to a fight, but we'll see if that actually happens. But now, we are taking a look at DRG, who are doing exactly what I was talking about before. They are scaling up and trying to find all that they can before going into that realm of Yang.
I mean, yeah, you need to be scaled up in terms of those armors for durabilities to be able to safely make it into those Realm of Yangs, given the fact that we see so many Viper teams that are going to be out and about hunting out those entrances, trying to nab someone with all of the CC that they have, as well as a lot of those stun compositions that the Justina, the Viper, and the Syra. We don't typically see Viper compositions into the Realm of Yang, but that's when they're paired with the Wu Chan. When they have that amount of stun pressure onto Transformers, they absolutely can throw themselves into those 3v3 instances. As we can see, GG just turning on up to Money Squad, although it's already been picked entirely clean, with a lot of those players having run through all of those breakables so that they can pick up not just a lot of items that get left behind, but also all of those Darktide coins that get left behind when you loot through all 3 of those buildings, which is the reason why we refer to Artisan's Grove as Money Spot. It can be the easiest way for a lot of those teams to instantly scale on up so they can just burn all of that cash for Soul Jades or in a Mortal War, picking themselves up some nice hits of purple armor.
Yes, one of the separating factors and one of the variables that adds to the macro aspect of a Mortal War. You know, in your normal rank, you don't have the opportunity to spend your money on purple armors or random purple melee weapons and ranged weapons. So it definitely adds a lot to it. So different strategies, different money strategies, and all this sort of stuff do end up coming into play, which add quite a lot to the game. But here we are into the realm of Yang. We go, Moxie. JL, 2 purple armors up against an SR, who's also managed to get themselves 2 purple armors. Who's gonna come out on top here? We see TXJ flying up to the skies. A little drop down focus. Oh my goodness, the Assassin's Lunge followed up by that crouching and a beat the silence. This is not good at all. We see the ultimates being popped by both Kylin and Zipping, but is it going to be enough to keep TXJ alive? It looks as though it might do. A quick freeze just for good measure, but he's still alive and still kicking, and here comes the Vajra Moxie. Will the grabs land? He's a little bit cold though, unfortunately. It's gonna be tough.
Yeah, poor TXJ. I mean, that was one thing, having to burn his entire ultimate kit as well as all of the Fs to keep TXJ alive, which means that there's nothing in the pocket for XL when it comes to that Kylin ultimate. One grab hasn't been found either, as SR doing a very good job of just kiting out the LLS of the Tian High transformation with the pillars in play that the Realm of Yang provides. TXJ now out of his ultimate, has to go onto the backsides of that point, tries for the drop down to surprise R&B in the back, but gets parried as SR had the eyes in the back of their head and still able to find that counter. And TXJ can't find any opportunities to find until now. He gets the parry onto Xiao, gets pushed back by the Viper F, however, and he's just going lower and lower and lower as SR are able to instantly peel his position with Rico falling into place and utilizing the fast hits of his fan. SR knocked down a singular member, and unfortunately for JL, they've already lost the hyper carry.
That is not ideal for them whatsoever. I feel like I've seen this countless times in trios recently. TXJ ends up being isolated on his own. I mean, he is an absolute machine, but still, you know, in a numbers disadvantage, it's still a big struggle at this level of play. You know, no matter how good you are, it really is difficult to come away with your life. But here we are going to the outside, where all of these teams seem to be scrapping it out. We see FPX take down one of the members of Wolves, but thankfully for Wolves, they too have the Vermilion Birdsmite, along with DRG 521 and SR. We see ASE with the Mystic Might that they must have managed to get their hands on from a Spirit Well, getting that buff, and they're now hunting, trying to find some kills for themselves. But are they chasing this player? I'm not really. Are they chasing SO? Oh no, it looks as though they're not.
Hunting together.
Hunting together, indeed.
Hunting
yeah, exactly.
together. As Wolves, like you said, they lost one of their players with Vermilion Birdsmite. That was their Takeda, but they've still got their Kurumi and their Temi having that buff active. As we're gonna have a look at a replay. This is GG versus 5-2-1. 5-2-1 of that Yushan composition coming up through the Impale onto LXM. Peripheral doing a good job of peeling his player with the jump, managing to find the connection. reaction, but Fat Milk gets another impale off of the activation of that Matari V1. And now we have an invisible Terracotta Warrior on the field, which is going to be very problematic for GD to try and keep a track of. Ivan comes on through with the late end V1 on that Viper as well, forcing GD's position back around those pillars. Still manages to find the stun though and lead up into the long side. Follow through! The LMV catches two players from GD, also peeling them off that low health Pampy player who had that blue armor, was looking a little bit more fragile as we've taken the fights now, isolating them into some 1v1s and 2v1s as Ivan with the jump LMVs on the long shot manages to find his, and now it just becomes cleaning up Periphery. Oh, he gets the horizontal with his jump LMV. The Zip F is close enough to Periphery that it tracks to his location and will give him a little bit of a healing opportunity, but Ivan's still keeping up the chase. The interruption is there. LXM with the full peel from the flying nurse before Ivan can follow up on the low HP Tianhai, and this is giving an opportunity for GD to maybe make a comeback, but no, the jump LMV after the bell ends onto the Tianhai finds the pick, and they're able to find the win.
Beautifully played by 521. Absolutely flawless. I mean, well, not flawless, but still absurdly clean coming out from them. But this is not looking very clean. This is an absolute mess out here. What am I looking at? SR Zhao finding the parry onto TXJ, coming through with a focus attack. He's not going to be able to get full follow-up, unfortunately. 17S just jumped into the fray with a pixel of health. I believe he may have been deliberately doing so that he could go down and resurrect himself with that Vermilion Bird's Might. We do see some of these players looking to disengage, but there are plenty amidst those in the center who are not looking to do anything of the sort. GG monking up 3-3-0 in that Vajra state now, looking for the grabs onto JL. Are they going to commit to this? No, it looks as though they're going to be friendly. They recognize that they too are on the Tianhai composition and know that if they fight each other, they're giving these Viper and Justina comps exactly what they want, a weakened Monk composition to come in and feast upon. Looks as though, speaking of, JL is being ran down by OUG, the Viper comp right at his heels. Oh no, another team just spawned in front of me.
And it's not a Tianhai team either. It's a full counter Tianhai team comp. Poor JL don't even have the opportunity to pick up that Kylan because they're underneath that Yang depletion debuff, and unfortunately for one thing, I think he's about to go down. The Zip ultimate procs automatically as his health bar would have tanked, and OEG are going to be able to claim that pick and potentially one more. Jinyu is looking to see whether or not they can get a little bit of cheeky damage off onto the players of SR, but given the fact that they're both on very similar compositions, we're not going to be seeing a full commitment to the fight. It very much was just chasing them away so they don't get any of the resources off of the body.
Yeah, exactly. This is my body. This is my loot. Get out of here. You know, we're not going to attack you, but don't you dare steal my goodies. How dare you? You know, but definitely very sad for JL to find themselves, you know, literally in the middle of everything. It is, it's not where you want to be. It looks as though a 5-2-1 very happily is sat here. You know, they're waiting for that Spirit Well to spawn in. So they're not going to see any action for a little while, but we are going to be getting a bit of action into the realm of Yang. ASE going up against SS1 Miss. Scale rushing through, going for a grapple, trying to find the Farrier. Does look for the F, but not able to find the confirmation before that mech gets popped. V1 is going to get frozen in the Syra ultimate. Oh my goodness, that shield disappeared. Goes for the half charge LB, but not able to find it. The dash is going to come through now. ASE missed with that Viper ultimate. Might be able to find this stun and confirm that elimination. There it goes. There he is. He goes down. Mist is now being subjected to some icy fury from Juan, but is it going to do anything to save the fight? No, sir. And ASE, it looks as though it might simply be a formality at this point. Moxie has always, yeah, it's just stood there.
They're just gonna keep him in play as long as they possibly can, so they can be the team that wins the realm of Yang last and gets the debuff for the longest lasting opportunity in the open world. In the meantime, OUG is still in the midst of their battle with SR. Jinyu on that Syra ultimate is going to be providing suppressing fire, but does go a little bit too close of the stuns coming on through from the other side and gets melted out of his ultimate. And now he's under the back foot. What a parry coming on through though. Goes for the follow-up damage before just backstepping so he can pick up the legendary dual blades that go left behind. The Steamer ultimate has come on out into the plate. 17S keeping up the dashes, managing to find multiple bodies off of the back of them. And it looks like SR are going to just be doing, well, the same thing as the other realm of Yang. It's now 1 versus 3 people. And we're going to cut away before we see either of those teams commit the win.
Yeah, and being able to extend the effective duration of the buff you get from the Realm of Yang is the name of the game there, so that you can get as much value as possible. It looks as though TXJ, unfortunately, is going to be going silently into the night here, into the storm he goes. He doesn't give over the elimination, thankfully, to 521. But still, it is a rough way to go down. 4 eliminations under their belt before they get fully eliminated. Not the worst, you know, it could be 0, but definitely not the best start to the day that they could have hoped for. On the other hand, SR are having a monstrous first game, as well as 521. SR on 12 eliminations and 521 on 10. Then we have a few other teams. Alliance on 6. SS1 on 5, the majority of the lobby on around 4 or less. Not, you know, it's good to see though that not a single team has 0 eliminations.
Yeah, what GG I'm not going to be happy to see though is that they're the only Tianhai team left. And there are a horde of Vipers that are going to be eyeing them up the second that they spot that Monk still in the field. So we can have a look at a replay. Wolves and Alliance going head-to-head. Sand Cypher in composition coming on through with that Karumi. 9HQ blue armor, incredibly vulnerable, but they've already been able to tear a lot of those defenses off of Alliance's HP bars. As 9HQ with that Decatur ultimate is going to be keeping a track of Yuma. The Matari ultimate comes on through now, though. Hot swaps over to that Bowman just to keep up the pressure onto Yuma as his space is on now. Karumi ultimate comes on through. The Elemental as well going to be changing into Sand to drain some of the stamina's coming on out. And 9HQ was able to take out Yuma, keeping an eye on where exactly that Matari had repositioned all the way through that 1 versus 1. Karumi Teva comes on up as they spotted that Karumi might go a little bit too far from the Decatur and they want the reposition as well as the defense up coming on through from that Teva. As 9HQ continues to keep up the pressure into Alliance's plays, utilizing the scale rushes with those fans, and even the Mythic grab coming on through, providing an opportunity to keep up the damage end.
Beautifully done by a 9HQ there. We saw him absolutely fiending that Matari. That Matari was going nowhere. You teleport and you go invisible, and that's not gonna stop Lee. He chases him all around the arena. He predicting that the Matari was going to use the cube, finding him on the other side, and then going across the arena when he got to the other side, and again catching him with that fan into the follow-up. Very aggressive, very ugly game from 9HQ. I think it was simply because they knew they were on the front foot and he was able to take that risk, as it would have paid off immensely for them, and that's exactly what happened. Now, taking a look at the outside, we have SS1 wandering around. They do have a bounty on a team relatively close by, but they have to claim these soul blooms sooner rather than later. You know, 1 minute 48 seconds and counting. It's as though, are they going to commit to a fight here? There are a lot of players around them. Oh, what's going on? It looks as though the guilds are having a meeting at the moment. They're all sat around the table. The monks, the vipers. Oh, wait a minute, there's a betrayal. Someone spilled something on the other. OUG, SS, jumping in with that Viper ultimate. 2 minutes, 20 seconds on that Yang depletion. They are looking for those soul blooms. They're happy to betray, but it looks as though the Sirens have come out to play now, and they're not very happy about this betrayer in the midst of their relaxed state. Oh my god, oh my, how is he alive, Moxie? What on earth? He went down to a pixel of health, and he's still standing.
And he got a soul bloom as well.
Yes.
He manages to grab a soul bloom and all of that is SS1, unfortunately, who are absolutely eradicated from the lobby. 521 going to be more than happy to claim up the last player on that team. And that is great news for ASE, who've been able to fully recover all of their teammates who were able to pick up soul blooms off of the fallen team. And now, yes, that piece has been broken, but they were able to make it to Waterfall, start just restabilizing their team, and fade now into the mass of Viper composition so that no one really knows which team was the one to make that betrayal. As Spirit Well comes on through, ASC are going to be in full control of this one, it appears, so that they can get themselves all of the loot as well as not have to worry about having that Yang depletion apply to themselves.
Yeah, they're not gonna be worried. GG though. It looks as though they wanted to get their hands on this Spirit Well, but Wolves have said no. We're gonna put sand in your shoes. You better get out of here. That Tumult ult is coming down, and Wolves Tianhai immediately jumping to safety, recognizing that they are not gonna be able to stick around and hold on to that circle. Xiao Wen sitting on this Spirit Well, waiting, biding his time, allowing for his teammates to go and spot some targets to engage upon. He's popped his ultimate already, but his teammates seemingly had not found a target to engage on just yet, so they are going to be popping at that Spirit Well. ASC Han did use that Syra ultimate, but it looks as though they're not going to be getting too much value out of it. Otherwise, I'm sure we probably would have cut over to the fight, to the engagement there. Instead, we are simply going to pick up the buff, pick up the goodies, and find themselves a position to look down and snipe out one of these teams. SR are going to be picking up the flag and looking to cleanse their Yang depletion, but will they go uncontested? It's as though they will. Doing the little hops, the hops of friendliness. Yes.
10 seconds are almost passed. It looks like SR are going to be able to safely cleanse that Yang depletion. And yeah, there we go. Entire team from SR has been cleansed. I like as well the fact that it was the Justino who took the flag over, because if you do start getting contested, you have stability with your F ability where you can wait for your teammates to come in through, or you can just reposition back to your teammates with your ultimate, or potentially use it aggressively to get some of those free CCs onto the players that try and push you when you are stuck in that static position, having to wait for those 10 Mississippis before you're safe.
Indeed, you don't want to be sending an immobile character over there, as if they do get jumped, they aren't really have many means of disengaging in the 1 versus 3. I feel as though we're sort of, it's the calm before the storm, that everything's about to explode very shortly, and oh, wait a minute, it may have started. Ivan gets caught by the Wisp out of nowhere from downtown and absolutely exploded.
Yeah, they say that the eye of the hurricane is normally the safest part of the storm, but I don't think Ivan would agree with that statement, as Moonbane is going to be coming out directly over all of these players' positions, which is very bad news for everyone in the middle of that AoE. Everyone's now going to be scattering off to the edges. Wolves actually see that Ivan's body is that. Go for a little bit of late-minute shopping. Oh, TK, he thought about going for a little bit of a chunk hit with that legendary pole sword, decides better off of it. Doesn't want to invite a fight when there are too many players in the vicinity, and it might get turned onto them instead. As SR and 521 are currently both tied for 12 eliminations, but SR already almost halfway to that match point threshold, and with a Viper composition too, are going to have a lot of pressure for those final zone fights.
This man, oh my goodness, GK just yeets the pocket sand and people die. What an absolute machine. Look at him. And now SR are just being left at the just left to be feasted upon by the lobby. FPX, oh, biting off a little bit more than they could chew. Perhaps ZGE getting chunked down a little bit. Oh, are we safe? No, we are not. OUG is happy to betray. Oh, you're looking very tasty right there. Let me have a piece. It goes down, and just, are they going to get the rest though? Are they going to be given the opportunity? It doesn't look as though they will. They're just taking everything off the body, and can we res him yet, please?
Yeah, Alliance are a little bit too close. They can't risk it, because they also have to reposition in anticipation of DRG with the Sun Siphon comp flaming up this Spirit Well. ASC, however, are going to challenge this. 10 ultimates already ended, and that dome is still going to be up blocking ranged projectiles, but it's going to be popping in a matter of moments. DRG, understanding that they're about to be contested by a lot of other teams, going to be investing that Karumi ultimate, going to things already burned his Takeda too, so he's not going to be having a lot of those shots, but they are able to find the buff in the meantime, and they will now be able to get that second cycle of ultimates blanketed out by the Temi to make sure that they don't just get full lobbied as they pick up all of those goodies within.
We are on 25 people, Moxie. 25. This is the most stacked endgame we've seen in a while. Oh my goodness. The faction wars on the left side of the screen and then on the right side, you know. Oh my, it's so silly. It looks so silly, but it's so intricate as well how you have to compose yourself in these endgames, because if you make a mistake, you slip up one time, even though the teams around you might not be all that interested in focusing you down and committing to a fight, they will betray you and they will take you down and take everything off of your body, as we saw with FBX, ZGE. He did get resurrected in the end, and he was given the purple armor that his teammate had, but Kiki's now left with a white armor. He's literally just got nothing, but we're going to be devolving into action right here, Moxie. Dongxing is going to eat the stun, but is it going to mean his death? It is! Oh my goodness, no! The crossbow's been a menace today.
He's up! Okay, he's up. He's into the Kurumi armor restore circle. So they will be able to pick him up, but yeah, like you said, a lot of these players just getting absolutely lobbied the second that the health bar starts falling, as everybody is an opportunist right about now. Graveyard is a very apt name for where this final circle is going to end off of. A lot of these fighters also going to be holding onto those ultimates too, so they can try and come through with the most amount of stuns when that zone becomes the smallest that it possibly can be, and everyone runs out of space to be able to hide. A lack of Wu Chens too means that we don't have the wind wall to be able to block out some of these range damages. It's a reliance on the Temi ultimate to be able to do that, so the cannon fires become even more problematic as FBX got pushed. Water was forced into burning the transformation, but it's not going to be able to save his team. Kiki and ZGE have both gone down, and without a Matari, we don't get a refresh on the Impale ability from that Yuasian, so he's going to be a sitting duck the second that ultimate ends. Wolves try to sequester themselves up on this high ground to dodge out of a lot of that damage coming out onto the players on the low, as OUG have stuck themselves over to the cliffside in the hopes of being passed over by other teams a little bit more noticeable. ASC's miss is going to be the first Viper to utilize that ultimate. The V1 coming on through, finding the connection onto those on the rooftop, and that's going to immediately be an elimination. However, the next Viper ultimate comes on out, and this time it's from Ivan, who's got the Matari stealth cloak, allowing him to find the connection with that V1, and 5Q1 are trying to find themselves a nice safe spot, as ASC's hand was forced into burning the Sire ultimate to turn the attention off of themselves and onto other teams.
Yushan is getting beamed down. He's hopping, jumping, and skipping away, trying to disengage, but not able to do so just yet, until Han turns his attention over to an unsuspecting player getting caught into the quick bow shot, finding a kill, but it's going to cost him his life, heading over into the fray, over to all these other players trying to hide amongst the crowd, but it's not going to mean he survives, unfortunately for him. OUG looking pretty strong right now, policing this side of the safe zone. The other one's looking very sandy over there, but the Tumult ult does finally go down. We have Alliance perched up on the top, trying to stay as inconspicuous as possible, but are they going to go unnoticed? Looks as though they do get pushed into the zone just that little bit. PP, what you doing there? Oh my goodness, you're 1 HP, just barely getting into the zone in time before going down to that storm damage. TK jumping in, CCing, finding that focus attack, finding the damage. Wolves are looking very in control right now, 62% on that ultimate for the Takeda, but is it even going to be needed? They are jumping in with these flying knives, finds the grab, finds the knockdown. The Viper ultimate is going to be coming out to play once again, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. The big stun coming on through, the Takeda shoves coming in as well, the pulse sword. Everyone looks as though they have so much HP. What is happening? And HQ find the flying knives, kill the turnaround, and there it is. Wolves are going to be coming away with that first place placement with the Takeda. Good lord, what an endgame.
Oh my goodness, 25 players walked into Graveyard, 3 players made it out alive, and all 3 of those are Wolves. Sand Siphon composition doing exactly as it did when this was a composition that first burst onto the meta scene. And that's just out-sustaining everybody else with the amount of resources and CC that you have available. There's so much peel to keep that Takeda up and around, as well as being able to isolate other teams and give yourself a safe pocket of space. It becomes a little bit harder to try and sustain into the Syra compositions, but thankfully for Wolves, a lot of the Syra ultimates that we saw being burned with the V1 was actually before the Temi ultimate was invested, so Wolves got that safe sanctuary to keep themselves stabilized without having to worry about the Syra beam just blitzing all the way through it.
Yeah, the Sand Siphon composition, you know, we didn't see very many monks there at the very end. You know, the monks were targeted down, eliminated early on. But the Vipers forgot about the Takedas. They couldn't eliminate them before they got to those to that final moment in the game. And a fully scaled up Sand Siphon composition is a force to be reckoned with, as we've seen in the past. As we saw just now, Wolves able to fully utilize that Takeda to keep them all in tip-top shape in those final moments. Very nicely done. Our first MVP of the day, ladies and gentlemen, going over to Wolves. You know, the J-Cup champions. It's not necessarily the same team. However, they are under the same name, and maybe they're here today with, you know, with something to prove. You know, they deserve to have that title. So we'll see moving forwards whether or not they're able to continue along this path, as they seemed as though there was a lot of players, a lot of teams in there who are very ready to pull the trigger and get a lot of kills. But you know what? You know what time it is, Moxie? I'll let you take this one. We know what time it is, Ultimate Treasures.
Yeah, but do you know how many players chose Matari in game number 1? Do you think it was A1, B2, C3, or D4? Get your answer into Twitch chat and make sure that you keep saying that answer. Wait for the 3, 2, 1s. And then if your answer is correct and that immediate answer that they see when that screenshot comes on through, you'll be walking away with one of our treasures coming on out of the summer split. And we talked about, you know, before we went into that match, the fact that OUG turned away from the Tianhai, threw that lot in with the Viper compositions, and that worked out for them in the long run, because all 3 of those teams that picked Tianhai early on in those phases, yeah, like you said, they all got targeted. Going for a Tianhai composition, it's feast or famine. You either get absolutely picked very, very early on, or you walk away with the match winner.
Yeah, no, absolutely. If you're scaling up, and you manage to make it to those final moments, you are in a very good position. But here we are taking a look at the scoreboard off the back of that game. Wolves with 22 game score, 5-1 in second place, but the same number of kills, I might add. 16.5 SR in third with 15 points OUG, 10.5 ASE, 9.5 Alliance, 9 DRG, 6.5 GG6, SS1 with 5.5, JL with 4, FPX with 2.5, and OA with 2. Not a single donut in sight, not a single 0 kill game for any of these teams, and that's definitely a good sign. Definitely, considering how many players were alive at the very end, 25 players. It speaks to how seriously this day is being taken by all of these teams.
I feel like TK might actually get the MVP. He did more damage than NiHQ and also 12 assists. Like, give the Temi his flowers. He was creating some wild openings.
Oh, yeah.
Not just for Wolves, but also for any other team in the lobby to be able to see someone was vulnerable. Because, like, those wisps came out, and if it landed onto a player that wasn't Wolves, everyone in the lobby then turned towards that person and gave Wolves a free pass for reposition, which then means that Wolves got to hold on to their ultimates for when they really wanted to get aggressive and use them.
Oh yeah, absolutely. The snipes with the sand wisps were just majestic, truly. It was from across the map. It wasn't as though he hit it close range. He sniped them with it from about 50 meters away, and then the entire lobby just turned and exploded them. They just got minced, pinned to the dartboard. They just could not do anything about it, unfortunately. And with that game, Wolves is going to be sitting atop the leaderboard for the total standings, including all those pre-post points, the points that were carried over from the group stage, from the qualifying days of this bi-weekly. Now let's take a look, Moxie, at the highlights off the back of game number 1, brought to us by China Unicom, MVP by Wolves.
Yeah, NiHQ coming up through here. We got to see this Rumble going fight where he just kept tracking where that Matari was going to go. The fan being absolutely brutal at closing up those distances and punishing the dashes. 521's Ivan here also inside his Rumble gang, just utilizing that F release. Come on out with a follow-up horizontal hit off that long super for the jump LMVs. Finishes up the job. Another one into the toothpick to be able to find the uppercut extension. And Ivan just looking incredibly clean with that longsword as a weapon, which is the bread and butter of the Viper.
Yeah, the Longsword Viper is absolutely savage, playing that extremely well. That nice little sequence where he went in with the jump LMB into the air, did the musket shot, and then immediately turned to parry at the timing that it could have been released, and then having plenty of time to dodge away. Beautifully done. Now heading into that end game, the final moments. NHQ getting knocked to the side, the F coming through, his ultimate about to be popped. He gets the ultimate off. There it is, knocking these players into the zone, knocking them left and right into the sandstorm. Very nicely done. TK jump dropping down with that pulse sword, the parry coming on through. Another Viper ultimate, but not enough health to stay alive there at the very end of Wolves taking game number 1.
Yeah, and unfortunately for JL, they threw that lot in with the TN highs, and that early lead that they had has now been surpassed by about 6 teams. They have dropped significantly down the leaderboard, but it's not going to be the Temi who's walking away the MVP. It is going to be NiHQ coming on out on that Takeda, his first MVP of the summer split, coming on out with the F2 V3 loadout. Assassin's Lunge and Never Step on that dagger, as well as Stanchion Sky Pillar for the stuff that we didn't really get to see. He was utilizing it just as a stat stick because all of the damage and melee weapons was that fan being able to utilize the fast hits as well as the range that fan is afforded to keep up the pressure, whether he was playing in the pocket or out of it.
Indeed, and we do see. So here's something that a lot of players these days don't always realize, but Assassin's Lunge Never Step, this Soul Shaker, although it's meant to be for dagger, right? Because you have the Assassin's Lunge being on it, you know, and then Soul Shatter being for the fan. The Nether Step, in fact, actually applies to both fan and dagger. So just because you've got a fan and you have Assassin's Lunge, you know, Nether Step, if you manage to level it up and unlock that Nether Step passive of it, you can still utilize the Nether Step on the fan. So having that mobility is certainly very, very useful, especially as a Takeda, who, although he has a lot of power, you know, a lot of utility, a lot of shoves, you know, very, very tonky, he's not very mobile, especially if you compare it to something like a Matari or a Zai with F2, etc. They can get sort of stuck in the mud and taken down, but they the teammates are always there, especially with TK with those wisps. Oh my goodness, the king of wisps, the king of the sands, absolute menace in that lobby at the very end there. I have to say, I'm very surprised he was able to hit those max range, because it's not easy, not at all. You know, there are a lot of Tumult mains out there who'd say, you know, it's light work, but for most people, it's not very easy at all to hit, especially on a stage like this.
Okay, well, the question now is, as we move into map 2, do you think that teams have been spooked away from picking Tianhai in phase 1?
Maybe, but probably not, because even though it is a little spooky, you know, I think it's definitely still a very safe pick and very, very strong. And I think one of the main disruptions in that game for the Tianhais was the fact that it wasn't all 4 of the first team. You know, it was only 3 Tianhai teams in that first phase. So I think if in the upcoming game we get all 4 of them picking Tianhai, then I think it would, you know, they'd probably be all right, and they probably won't be fiended as much as they were in that first game. But we'll have to wait and see, because we did still see a team pick up the Viper composition in phase 1. They could go for that one. It's hard to really say because everything's all up in the air. We had a Hardy in that game. You know, we had old school Sand Siphon with Karumi. You know, it was largely because Cyro had a point added to her being picked, but still, you know, it's a lot of old school things, a lot of new things being brought out today.
Yeah, you know what's going to be really funny? If every single one of those teams in phase 1 thinks to themselves, oh, we're going to be the smart ones and we're going to pick Viper comp, and then they all do it and no one picks Tianhai. We're going to be getting ready to go into game 2 in a matter of moments, so we'll get to see whether or not it is going to be a top-heavy Tianhai composition game coming on out into the mixes. Remember, the first 3 games in a bi-weekly final, all of these teams start with 0 hero points. So the second that it gets picked for a majority of the teams in the previous phase, it becomes entirely unavailable in the second and the third for those groups remaining.
Yeah, you got to be careful about your character choices, and especially going into these phases, you know, you must have plans. You know, okay, we want to pick this on this map. You know, depending on our place in the pick order, etc. We want to be getting this on this and that on that. But if something goes awry, if something gets picked that you weren't expecting, it could change everything. And if you haven't, you know, strategized for it, it could be the sparrow in the works that results in you just being completely derailed early on in the day, which would not be ideal.
I really like the Viper, Matari, and Yushan composition because I feel like you get the best of both worlds. You get a Transformer, so you can have the health reset, as well as the zoning potential of the ultimate. You get a Matari, so if you get betrayed by another Viper composition, you've immediately got the ultimate to dodge LOS of the tether. And then you yourself actually have a Viper in the composition, which means that the other Viper teams are likely to leave you alone in favor of going after the teams that lack a Viper, because the more Vipers there are in the lobby, the easier time they have of being able to target down the Tianhai, because the way that Tianhai has to deal with the Viper ultimate is iframing, either activating the ultimate and iframing the tether snap, or deactivating the ultimate and managing to dodge out of the tether snap. But you can only do that a total of twice. So if you have more than 2 Vipers looking at that Tianhai, well, you're snake food.
Yeah, you might be munched upon, unfortunately. It's like a giant wildebeest, you know. It's like, oh, that looks tasty. That'll last me for weeks. Delicious, you know. Well, you're looking like a snack right there to all those Viper compositions. If you use your monk out in the open and there aren't other monks around, and you got a little bit of cover, you got a building to hide behind, you hidden with the drop down. Oof. That monk is going to be mincemeat, but we'll have to wait and see. We are going to be going over to Holoroth, I believe. So it's going to be a lot of open space. You know, we do have some verticality. You know, Plume Castle, for example, is very, very tall. So there is some verticality, but there is a lot of open space out in the deserty areas. So we might see a little bit more Takeda or Sand Siphon Tumulk being prioritized here, as Tumulk is always, or originally he was king of Holoroth, as it facilitated so many different things, you know, being able to protect yourself, lock players down in those open spaces. This utility is just invaluable.
Yeah, I mean, City of Tang and also Plumed having a lot of really tight corners means that if you're not expecting a Wisp to come your way, it can be incredibly brutal to deal with, and then you throw into the mix as well as all of the environmental hazards that we have on Holoroth, the Thorny Rollers, the Cacti. If it's going to be Starry Night, then indeed our Meteor Showers that you can get Wisped into and have all of that follow-up damage connections, as well as the sheer amount of ballistas that are on the map, where we've seen a whole lot of Temis finding value and also being able to block ballista pressure coming on out with their ultimate too. And as we talked about in the previous map, Wu Chen used to be, you know, another one of those go-tos who would be able to block those range damages with his F ability, but he is barred from play currently. So Temi is really the only alternative in terms of being able to stop all of that incoming pressure.
Yeah, it's not gonna be easy, you know, for these Viper compositions, where if they're stuck out in the open, they don't have that Wu Chen the getaway driver to get them out of dangerous situations. You know, you get altered by a tumult, it can be very difficult to get out. So we'll see. We might see a little bit more of that Yue Shan going through because that is another a good counter to tumult. You know, being if you're running V1, you're not going to be able to give your teammates the anti-CC buff. However, you yourself will be able to walk through that tumult sandstorm no problem. So, oh no, wait, we're going to Perdoria. Ah, well, disregard that what I said earlier. We're going to Perdoria, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not sure if this was changed, but perhaps I'm just tripping. We're going to Perdoria though, maybe and then Holleroth in game number 3. So it might be Viper. Yeah. Could open up Kylin being a more priority, so we might see that quadruple Tianhai new Transformers being picked up in first phase, as Kylin functions very well on those goofy cliffside endgames.
Yeah, well, there's one Kylin, 5-2-1 already. Gonna be passing the Tianhai conversation over. And so, yet again, we've had another team swerve away from the Tianhai, which means that the potential for monks have now been broken. Do SS1 follow suit? Do we see 2 Tianhais? 2 Viper compositions. It's not an immediate lock, so we can see that there is some debate coming on through from the side of SS1, but they're trying to figure out what exactly they want to field to, as Perdoria is a very strong Viper map, and they're going to respect the threat that the Viper brings. Temi, Takeda, and Syra, so they too are turning against the Tianhais, which means, because we saw so many different compositions in phase 1, no hero has been made more expensive. So everything is still up for grabs for all of these teams in phase 2.
That's crazy, actually. That's actually quite strange, to be honest with you. Not a single hero point added. Was this... You know, I'm not too sure why we're seeing this, but it is going to open up quite a lot for phase number 2, as we see Wolves is going to be able to pick up that Tianhai composition. You know, oh, it's not bad. Okay, well, happily take that one. Thank you very much. But now, after phase number 2, we do have a bunch of these hero points being added with Kylin, Viper, Matari, Tianhai, and Zipping. So this not only is going to limit the phase 3, the last round selection of teams, but it will also give them an inkling as to what the teams who picked before them are going to be playing. Although it looks as though Ice Cream composition might be making an appearance, Moxie. Oh, quite a large one.
Siphon for OUG, and indeed Ice Cream Triple Scoop is going to be coming on from phase 3.
I like that one. I couldn't help. The triple scoop. Oh yes, indeed. Thank you very much.
Yeah, we're going to be getting an Ice Cream Sunday on a Thursday, as we're going to be playing on a different schedule. For Nbpl, as EWC schedule is going to be uprooting the Nbpl scene currently. But we're still getting a potential 8 games. Wolves, however, might be making it a very short day. If you were around the Nbpl scene last year, you'll remember that Wolves would be able to actually walk away with that MVP after a total of 5, though that was back when White Tiger's prowess was absolutely unstoppable and would be able to just snap players out 12 at a time as we headed into those final zones. But these compositions have a lot of high potential pick rates.
But yes, indeed. I had the flashback to the skadoosh, the just absolute obliteration of the entire lobby. Man, was that absurd. Oh my goodness. But we're going to be going in to our second game of the day very shortly, ladies and gentlemen. Will there be another MVP for Wolves? Will they be able to keep the ball rolling? Will JL recover off of their first game, not netting them all that many points? You know, not very much under their belt so far. The pre-post points are going to give them that bit of a cushion to, you know, a little bit of that handicap, allowing them to not be too much under pressure early on. But if they want to close this out soon, they're gonna have to, you know, pick up the pace a little bit more. So we'll see whether they manage to do it. SS1 gonna be on that Sand Siphon. And then something else that I've been meaning to talk about, because I saw it last time as well. Takeda with the buffs to F2 that were given to him, and also the buffs to his ultimate, which I thought was the main thing to really focus on when it came to Takeda coming back into the meta a bit more. But his F2 being changed has actually, you know, it's diverted a few different teams into whether or not they want to be picking that F1. Still, there's some players are going to be opting for that F2 now, because it gives you a little bit more range, and it gives you a little bit more proactive capabilities, as it were, instead of having to simply just pop the passive F1 and jump in and just hope that somebody hits me. Hit me with the focus, and let me steal your things. But no, now you can be more proactive.
I mean, that's very unusual looking at drop locations. OA are gonna get the entirety of Arcadia to themselves. No one's even close by to go for a timing attack either. They're just gonna be able to walk away with those Thunder Coins and Fall Point Essence for free.
Interesting to see. I will say that the Red Soul Jade, although it's, you know, something that does usually get contested by at least one of the team, it's not always been the biggest priority. You know, it's nice to have. However, it's I think just simply the value of kill points has become so high that a lot of teams don't really bother anymore. But we're going to be diving into the frame, obviously. Oh my goodness, and TK, he's not on his Tumult right now. He's on the Kylan, and he almost gets, oh no wait, on the Kylan, on the Zipping, sorry, almost gets absolutely exploded by that follow-up coming through from JL.
Yeah, nice. He's already been able to get his hands on Fireflies, which means that Kylan ultimate is out in the front and managing to just isolate these players from JL, setting Wolves players up to find the capitalization and conversion of picks off of all of those dash displacements. CXJ is the last person, but ZK has actually both lost his Zip and his Kylan, and that gets third party by 5-1. Fatnell finds the back parry and will be able to convert a pick off of that before cleaning up TXJ, slamming that bell to get a better read of whether or not there are players around before they move on to start looting up the spaces. DRG, Alliance, and SS1 are embroiled in the fight, as we can see PP laying down suppressing fire currently in that Syra V1.
Beautifully done. Beautiful timing attack coming out from 5-1. Now, as you said, we're seeing this fight take place, and SS1, unfortunately, Luoye, all on his lonesome, does go down, but his teammate does manage to find an elimination onto PP. 1-1 getting caught by that focus release, going into the air, getting caught out of the sky. There's nowhere to go, unfortunately. I think it's certainly wise that he didn't utilize this ultimate here. He could have done so, but him actually being able to get out with his life was pretty unlikely, regardless of whether or not he did. And now, you know, he's gonna have it for when he resurrects himself elsewhere. And he didn't really have that much loot to begin with anyway, so it's not the end of the world. But I have to say, Wolves finding that those early pickups onto JL is exactly what they want. JL is one of the big threats in the lobby, and taking them out early on is huge for them, slowing them down. It's just a shame that 5T1 were one step ahead and jumped in and took them down immediately afterwards, getting themselves at 4 kills under their belt. Now, after that initial you know, scrap off at the beginning of the game, we are going to be heading into a bit of a lull phase where some teams are positioning themselves for these floating piles, which is one of the things that I love about Pledoria.
Yeah, the recovery that you can find, even if you die immediately on your drop fight, as long as you set yourself up to position for one of those floating piles, you'll instantly be able to pick yourselves through 4 throws. And if it's on a nighttime map too, Fireflies will spawn as well, so you can get your ultimates too. As we can see, a lot of these teams, like you said, prioritizing having that positioning immediately, not just to control the low space of where the floating pile actually is, but also go up onto those ballista towers so they can keep an eye to see potential other teams rotating into the position and fire off a couple of warning shots to make sure that they don't go for the full commitment before the other team is ready. Something to note too is that though 5-1 and DRG are both on 4 and 5 picks, a lot of these other teams have already lost their drop fights, as we saw a lot of third partying coming on through. So a lot of those teams are going to have to now go to the floating piles if they want to recover that game and scale up for the first Realm of Yang fights.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, speaking of scaling, it looks as though GG have already managed to scale up immensely. Triple purple armor this early on into the game is very, very good for them. Extremely strong. It's gonna be a very tough fight if anyone runs into them, as triple purple armor is gonna be a hard team to take down, especially if it's FPX right here with only 2 blue armors and 1 common white armor on ZGE. It looks as though they're not under pressure at the moment. They're happily strolling through Imperium, trying to pick up as much loot as they possibly can. And I have to say, a little surprising we're not seeing that many fights take place. I knew there was going to be a little bit of a, a passive phase after the initial drop, but still, to not see any more fights take place to this, to this extent, it's quite surprising.
I think it's because so many teams lost their hot drop fights, so they lost their revives. Which means that they don't want to have a donut in one of a very important game where you're just trying now to get as quickly as possible to that match point threshold. Having a donut game is absolutely the worst thing possible that you can do, especially if some of the other teams who are on the top half of the leaderboard are the ones that are able to find the kills off onto you. So we're going to be seeing a lot of these teams play incredibly safe in comparison to the outwards aggression that we had in game number 1, as SRH is going to be trading around 2 now that they've been able to get their hands onto, so they have as much sustain as possible.
Delicious. We love a little bit of tuna, a little bit of protein in that shield recovery over time. Very nice indeed. Wolves just making their rotations, going through Imperium perhaps. Wait, actually, did you happen to see it just there? Was the chariot there? Was the metal chariot with the metal horses there? I'm not sure if it was. I did just miss it, but if it is, that would be hilarious if we saw a team riding around in that. But we'll have to wait and see. For now, we're jumping into a fight between FBX and OA. The Viper Ultimate has been popped along with the Matario and the Yushan ult on top of it. The Impale coming through, big damage to be had, but it does get griefed. Unfortunately, Kuka2 does manage to survive and make his way into that barrier mech, extending the fight further.
Oh, they almost get the pick on Kiki. What a knockback, followed up by the Justina dash from Tutik for an additional freeze. And that is going to be able to confirm the pick onto one of FBX's players. Kuku is going to be putting himself onto the rooftop. They're leaving the body too as they drop down the RMB on that pole sword. FBX haven't found the opportunity to be able to go for their revive. One horizontal swing isn't able to find the stagger that it's looking for, so Water has been able to swap over to the fan and scale rush out of the fight. The grapple will be able to connect, however the terrain greets the follow-up of that LMB coming on through. Now we get the interruption of the scale rush coming on out, as well as that instant hit. First stage charge of the RMB, and that is going to be Water evaporating under the pressure that OA managed to put the Syra under.
Big damage coming through. I have to say though, that Yuishan F2, where he used it vertically. He used it to go upwards. That's true mountain goat right there. Absolutely just hopping around the place, not only with his ultimate, but also with that F2. Lovely to see it. A little bit of Yushan action once again. It's been a long time coming, but he's finally made his reappearance once again. We're taking a look at the map overall. We see quite a few teams down in the south looking to go into this realm of Yang, SS1, Wolves. I am struggling to read those letters. GG, I believe, as well. I think there might be another team in the mess there. I'm not too sure. Alliance. I'm not sure if they're going to be heading into that realm of Yang. They're sort of very close by, but they're not standing on it just yet. 521 certainly are going to be looking to go in. OA as well. JL.
I think it's ASE.
ASE down there? Okay. It's a bit hard to read sometimes.
SR's here, GG's here, and then let's see, ASE.
So many players packed in onto one spot. Looking at that mini map, it's just a spaghetti soup right there. Oh my goodness, just everything. Oh, the grief? No grief.
And immediately all the teams are through. GG at least can be happy that there is a consolation prize of a a Spirit Well directly next to that Realm of Yang opening. As it's going to be OA going head-to-head with DRG. Sheetic looking for the drop down, instantly having to burn that out too. The Wolves will try and make it away from that Viper ultimate coming on through. No Matari on the side of OA. And it's going to be an interruption with Sheetic having that coming out with that Justino ultimate. Catches the freeze onto Kakashi, who's going lower and lower. As we can actually see AB on the ferry mech trying to capitalize off of the stagger that Sheetic has been able to put this one player under. Finds the drop down with the jabbing now just to find the pick to Kakashi. Gets another dash to try and freeze a player down, but they were incredibly low. And we can see Focus Light come through, but it's not variable, which means that Don Kong isn't going to be able to use it as an opening the way we were seeing previous patches.
Oh yeah, the Focus Slide coming in. What on? Oh my goodness, an explosion of parries coming on through, and AB eating all the damage out of nowhere, gets just turned on by DRG. It'd been a 2 versus 2. It was certainly winnable for both teams, but no, DRG are going to be coming away victorious, claiming that golden weaponry, those golden nunchucks, and a third purple armor for themselves. Very nice to see. And that golden nunchuck is going to be going over to the hands of Kakashi. Big damage going to be coming through. Now they have that Vermilion Bird's Might. They are free and clear to just absolutely send it on any teams that they find for themselves. Definitely going to be a big fight coming on through very soon. One of the concepts that randomly just one of the things that just started happening in the previous days in the group stages was that after first Yang, we would always see all of the teams manage to find each other and come in and just absolutely brawl it out all together in a mess, just a mosh pit of players. But are we going to see that once again is the question.
Well, unfortunately for GD, it looks like they weren't able to consult themselves with the Spirit Well, as JL nabbed the Draker Stone off of them instead. However, they are on the same composition, so we're likely not going to see a betrayal this early on, as there are still Tianhai teams for the Iceman composition to have to try and melt on through. As Han is sitting there on one such Tianhai. ASE understanding that probably going to be the target of focus, even though they have that Vermilion Bird's Might, and we can actually, I believe, see how they were able to pick themselves it up as Han goes through for that Tianhai transformation. However, the Terracotta Warrior has already come out from 5-2-1, removing one potential of double grab coming on out. Campy gets knocked on up into the punch, into the Kylan dash follow-up. Cleaves coming on through, gets nabbed again off of the reverb, and Han is just finding these grabs back to back to back before Campy has the opportunity to recover. This time he's able to make it away, and Han out of sight of that ultimate. Has to go for the scaler, clip the pulse, or the spear rather, onto that pillar. Finds the connection, goes for the overhold of the RMB, doesn't find a body to be able to convert off of it, and goes for another scaler setup to find an isolation, turning it into a 2 versus 1, which means that Xiaowen is very quickly cleaned up from an ASE. Now just have to take out some of these last remaining players. From the side of 5-2-1, Apari will be able to convert into the Neslo's Might, and that's going to be able to shut Ivan down entirely.
Beautiful jump parry coming through around the corner of the pillar. Beautifully done there by the Tianhai. The absolute tank of the team able to salvage the situation, as it was looking pretty dire for a moment. Now we've got the big explosive fight. This is exactly what I was talking about, Moxie. What is that? What is going on here? ASE missed dropping down. It's just, oh my goodness. He's just having a great time. This is just a dream come true for a Kylan, dropping into a ravine where the enemy players have nowhere to go. In ultimate, just dashing through 6 people at once. Got Jinyu on the Syra, sending out the beam, trying to find the microwave. Oh my goodness, and the Viper, the purple spider dropping down from the sky is going to lock down a few players. 5-2-1 are going to be able to pick up a couple. They do cleanse 2 of their Yang depletions, but still 1 left on their Matari. Pampy is going to have to find a Soul Bloom soon. 2-tick does take down Rico in the kill feed. It looks as though there's still a little bit of fighting taking place on the other side. But oh no, SS1 has caught with, oh, they're caught slacking. Yuan immediately forced to pop that ultimate, and Lamoye in a dire spot himself goes down too. Oh no.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a recovery for this for SS1. They're gonna try and take down Mutual Destruction. FVX lose a player off of the back of that Syra focus. Yuan, unfortunately, in that Syra ultimate, not gonna be able to interact with the body and get an opportunity to pick up the Soul Bloom. Just had to try and keep that shield and mobility for as long as he possibly could, and he is, I believe, gonna get kicked in a matter of moments. As DRG are going to be able to slide on through and finish off some of those other players from FPX. Yuan has been able to pick himself up a great armor swap, utilizing the LMBs from the Hong to try and keep himself ahead of his chasers. But unfortunately for him, he's either going to go down to 5-2-1 or go down to Yang depletion, and 5-2-1 will be able to be a little bit faster with the damage.
5-2-1 are absolutely running this lobby, Moxie. 15 kills under their belt already. What a monstrous showing from them. Great to see. Unfortunately, FPX is not in a similar position right now. It's a lonely mountain goat trying his best to go up, down, all around. But Dongxing with the comet, the meteor on the Zai, is going to be jumping in and knocking him down, picking up another kill for DRG, who also are having an amazing game for themselves. 13 eliminations on the board. Alliance, unfortunately, weren't able to get the kill for themselves, but 4 kills is definitely a solid start, as we're only, we're not even halfway through the game, really. We've still got another 15 minutes on the clock, and we're jumping into that secondary Realm of Yang with GG going head-to-head versus JL.
Yeah, JL going to be on the ice cream cone position. GG also going to be looking for some of those freeze opportunities. TFK is going to be the player that we follow, the Syra, with that fan scale, looking to keep themselves out of the space as much as they possibly can. GG are going to keep coming up with a very early barrier mech drop, as we can see the duel of the Syras coming on out, but they don't really want to look at each other. They want to try and stun dazzle down some of these other players. TXA does get hit by a stun dazzle from LXM, but utilizes the pillar to be able to make sure that GG can't convert a lot of the damage off of it, so that Syra ultimate is still going strong. CTS gets hit by the stun dazzle. TXA with barrier mech cannon shot coming on through, but JL have the later cannon that they can just immediately hide behind. There's one thing has to worry about the Justina ultimate, but that's about it.
Interesting dynamic as to how this is played out. We see the Syra ultimates matching, and then the Feria ult matching, and now it's Justina galore. Oh my goodness, XXL, he's not having a good time though. Unfortunately, he gets caught. Big damage, immediately popping that alpha ability, and then getting caught immediately as he comes on out of it. GG. And Justina now being forced to use that combo breaker. JL are putting up a fight, but it's looking pretty rough for them. No armor to speak of. GG 3-3-0 goes down though. TXJ turning the fight. Can they salvage this one? TXJ looks for the lift, doesn't find it, but the 1-2 coming through from the flying knives, the overhold. Is he gonna do it? No, sir. CJS with the flying knife, sending that quick knife, getting the clank into the kill. Beautifully done by GG, able to catch the JL's Justina with big damage around the pillar. They bite off more than they can chew, and they take full advantage of the situation.
Yeah, looks like Wolves were the other winner coming on out of that Realm of Yang fight, and they're going to be picking themselves up White Tiger's prowess. The Lions have been able to get their hands on that Mystic Might, as we can see them just managing to find a straggler off of the back of that buff. OA's AV looks like they were trying to hide out and just play for survival points. Unfortunately, that's going to be them figured on out thanks to that Mystic Might coming on through. We can have a look at Alliance Viper V1 coming into the mix of a huddle of bodies, and that's bad news for ASC. If they're stacked up, all of that cleave damage and the stun duration is going to be connected onto multiple players from their side, and now it's just a matter of cleaning on up with some of those jump LMDs off of the halberds.
That was insane as well. Alliance were able to find that stun and do all of that with the Monk on the enemy team not having used his ultimate. He had it available, and it looks as though they just not opened up with the expected opening Tianhai ultimate, because they knew they were going up against this Viper, but something must have gone awry, and they get caught with the silence into the big follow-up with the Viper stun, and they just can't do anything about it. Very nicely done by Alliance, going up to 8 eliminations. ASE on the back foot. I believe that was the Monk team in the Realm of Yang who went down, so they're going to be tasked with claiming some Soul Blooms if they want to stay alive moving forwards. There are 2 other Monk teams. However, one of them, SR, is missing their zipping, unfortunately. So they're not in the best position, really, to be moving around as a group and looking to try and focus down these Viper comps. So it might be a difficult task ahead of them.
Especially because ASC are going to actually be the closest to SR, and ASC are currently under Yang depletion. So, if the situation calls for it, we might see a betrayal where they see that SR are down that zipping, and they don't want to try and risk a fight against a wider lobby where there are much more compositions ready to rip through a Transformer team, just so they can remain in that lobby. So if the desperation gets a little bit too much, they might well turn onto SR beside them. As we can see, a huge fight has started rolling on up. ASC having to go for that transformation, already going to be down that zipping, as we talked about, and Hand is making himself a bigger target off of the back of it. He's yet to be able to find a single grab, which means that B2 is not going to be providing any source of sustainability, and Alliance are actually going to be able to claim that pick with a slide-by hit of the F2 coming out from that Viper shotgun blast. JL going to be putting enough pressure to force a Ferrium to come on through, but unfortunately, anti-ultimate zone is going to be able to pop, and the Forbidden Seal instantly gets one thing outside of their ultimate.
And with 1 HP, I might add, it was desperate. His teammate was desperately trying to send out active melee attack animations there to make sure that he didn't get sniped from across the way. But thankfully for them, he did survive, and now they've managed to cleanse 2 out of the 3 Yang depletions for themselves. But yeah, it's not looking too good for these Monk teams. As we were talking about before, you know, we saw that as the Monk was going lower and lower, the Vipers just appeared out of thin air and just sending those Fs.
Them too is the thing. Like SR and ASE might have played close together, but I think if you were SR, you saw that the Transformer team lost their realm of Yang fight, that they have Yang depletion, that they'd have to play a little bit more aggressive than you were comfortable, which would then make themselves a much easier target for the Vipers to dodge. So instead of the two teams trying to help each other out, SR abandoned them to their fate and have been able to preserve their existence in the lobby because of it.
Yeah, absolutely. They didn't really want anything to do with that one, and as you said before, they couldn't guarantee that they wouldn't get betrayed there. So it could have been. It's definitely the smart move moving forwards, but for JL right here, I'm not too sure what they're going to do. One of them still has Yang depletion, and they have less than a minute left on the clock. So they might try their hand at claiming this Spirit Well, because as some of you at home may know, if you claim a Spirit Well that has a buff on it, then you're able to cleanse Yang depletion. So we'll see. It looks as though they might be able to manage it. They've progressed it almost halfway. I think they're going to go uncontested.
Oh, 5-2-1. Yeah, they're on the minimap. Ivan was getting close, but I think they saw that, yeah, JL were able to get it so far up, and the Sire ultimate comes out that they just don't want to risk getting caught in that crossfire, quite literally. If a Sire stun dazzle comes their way and other teams in the area see that vulnerability and turn onto it, sending blood in the water like a pack of rabid piranhas, as Wolves not going to be in those positions. All of these teams who weren't inside those places now going to be hit with that Yang depletion, going to have to go capture one of those flags and get them to that Spirit Altar and hold it there for 10 seconds for that team to be cleansed of the debuff, just the way that GG did it. And it's so interesting that it's not getting as contested as you would expect.
You know what I think happened, actually? That's actually very smart. Wait a minute. So I think what just happened was that these Monk teams went and let themselves go down, let themselves die in the zone, and then they essentially traded Soul Blooms. Because they were all in the zone just now. They traded Soul Blooms, let themselves die to the Storm. And then since this is one of the interactions, if you get this Yang depletion applied to you from the Yang Spirit Well and you're down, you're in canned form, it doesn't mean that you just instantly die. You can be rezzed. So I think that may have been what just happened, because we see that 2 members of Wolves have had their Yang depletion cleansed, and SR cleansed their Kylan's Yang depletion as well, and it looks as though they just resurrected their zipping, but I'm not too sure if they're actually alive, because they do have a little bit of a purple outline on their icon on the scoreboard.
We can can see that Wolves have all 3 of their players alive. 17S and TK. Both and Dodger stayed. Going to be holding on to TK as long as possible, but unfortunately, maybe there's a little bit of crosswise for targets. As Wolves find TK being grabbed by the other Transformer team, which means that the Zip was not there to provide healing sustain to either 9HQ or ZK, and now that those ultimates are done, Wolves, well, it's open season for the Dogs.
Yeah, that's, I'm not really sure what's been going on here, to be honest, over here. The monks just attacking each other. I genuinely couldn't tell you. We didn't have the perspective to truly see and understand everything that was happening just then. But OUG has turned up, along with the rest of the lobby, it seems. It turned up to see what's going on, and they're picking up the scraps. We do still have one member of SR still on his feet. The Kylin has... Oh, no, as I said, he just immediately dies. I'm sorry, buddy, the caster curse is rough. He does go down. 5-1, though, they are managed to claim one of their soul blooms to get rid of one of the Yang depletions, but will they be able to keep moving forward and take down OUG? Because they're putting up quite a bit of a fight right now.
Yeah, OUG Shinyu going to be outside of that Syra V1 now. We do see that Fat Milk has been able to come on through with that Yushan Terracotta War, but his alpha is going lower and lower. The Takeda shoves, forcing that Yushan further and further back. Nbpl has been able to be found as DRG's Viper V2 is going to be able to come on through, allows them to keep attacking even through that Tether build up and find the pick onto OUG's SS. And that has actually allowed 5-1 to break off and stabilize. They don't have a lot of time, however. There's one thing that's greater than the caster curse is the curse of Yang depletion. They have a minute to be able to find themselves some of those soul blooms to continue in this lobby. Like you said, that Viper has already been able to find a pick as well as a soul bloom to cleanse one. But ideally, you want both your Yushan and your Matari in play still, as unfortunately, Fat Milk's going to get taken down by a comet flyby from Dongqing.
That's not ideal. Also, they considering how many kills they have and have had, they actually there was a little graphic that popped up earlier on in the game that said it was mostly in Chinese, but perceptive like that. I'm pretty sure it was saying that if 5-1 were to get themselves 25 kills and win, that it will put them at match point threshold. But considering what's going on right now, that might be a tall order, as they did resurrect Fat Milk by using a rebirth, but for him to immediately go back down again, it might be a bit too difficult for them to survive moving forward.
Yeah, the Palm Lightning as well. They're trying valiantly to get the revive onto their Yushan, but Pampy is going to go down. I think he would have gone down regardless to that Yang depletion, and unfortunately, Ivan got found. He was trying to hide, but unfortunately, that isolated him for JL to be able to come on through and win that 3 versus 1. And off of the back of that one, we might see a little bit of a lull in fighting as all of the Yang depletions have been cleansed. However, it's now a battle for prior position before these zone collapses. Alliance having their hand forced. JL's one thing, intruding into that position with the Farrier mech, trying to scatter out this team of Viper, Justina, and Syra so that they don't get to utilize those longer freezes on that Justina ultimate to keep the Transformer compositions pressured.
What a beautiful little bow shot there coming through, catching One Fang just as he comes out of that Farrier mech, but it's not going to result in much just yet. But they have committed their Farrier ultimate, so it looks as though Alliance might have the go-ahead to fully engage with one of these teams. They find GG. 330 goes down to the flying knives of Alliance. PP, he's going to be jumping in once again. Jiang coming out of that Viper ultimate. He's a bit unprotected for the moment. Oh my goodness. Yu Ma goes down in this small little room. Jiang getting chipped down lower and lower. The Syra is in play. The ultimate. GG is losing a lot of health themselves and getting healed up. Alliance is going to maybe find the res. Can they catch it? The bubbles, there it is.
Yeah, there we go. There were so many stun dazzles coming out from PP that no one could try and actually stop it, with the door frame just being there and funneling them all into that very small choke. As we can see, one player from OUG, their Syra, is just trying to live for as long as they possibly can. Another Syra ultimate is going to be coming out into the mix, putting the pressure now onto Alliance's Jiang. As JL see an opportunity to weaken one of the front runner compositions, XXL with the Dragon Slayers able to just keep up the pressure as well as those Justina dashes finding the connections back to back. The drop down R&B onto one of the players from Alliance who was hiding themselves onto the cliff too, and JL are finding a lot of these picks lead on.
They certainly are. I was expecting to see the tome being utilized there by XXL in the last few moments, but no, he didn't really find the opportunity to do so, unfortunately. Now heading up to DRG, who are sitting atop this cliffside. They've got themselves a merciless Havoc as well, so they're going to be able to section off this space for themselves very effectively, using that gold focus on the merciless Havoc to deny entry to any of the teams below, trying to make their way up to the top. But perhaps they are going to go for a more aggressive stance. They're dropping down, find the merciless Havoc onto JL. TXJ going very low, forced to pop that Syra ultimate. XXL is going to get taken down. Dongxing pulling the trigger on that Zai ultimate. One Feng just barely staying alive. The Flamebringer is out to play right now. The ultimate from Kakashi is going to be pop and utilized, silencing and staggering these players for a moment, but Dongxing is going to go down regardless, and now TXJ is going to find that full heal. Now another thing to note, we have Xinyu hiding, crouched in the corner, praying to all that is good that he doesn't get spotted, as he is on the Syra, and if he manages to stay alive, he might be able to clutch this up in that endgame.
Oh, it's going to be close though. Merciless Havoc on the cliffside from Kakashi. If he connects onto a player, he's going to be able to send them all the way into that zone damage. F has already been utilized, gets ready to go for the Skeleton, but gets parried, which means he loses the staff. He doesn't have a backup in his pocket, has to swap over to the pole sword. Now we can see OUG Xinyu making his move, comes on through that Tyra V1, trying to utilize the positioning of that zone, puts himself directly into the middle as well as on top of all of these players, looking for the ideal stun dazzles, but TXA is doing the exact same thing, and it's now a duel between these two Cyrus to see who can find the last pick. DG's Kakashi tries to utilize the Viper ultimate to get a little bit of damage reduction, but it is not to be, and the Syra outlives everybody. However, I believe DRG with the picks that they have are still going to be walking away with the MVP.
Oh yes, they had a lot of kills going into those final moments. They were contesting 5-2-1 early on. They were slowly creeping up behind them on the scoreline, and them being able to survive longer is all that they needed to secure that MVP for themselves. Beautifully done by DRG, but very, very solid play coming out from all of these teams. Very interesting contrast, though, I have to say, considering that in that first game, we have 25 people going into those final moments, and then this game, it was nowhere even close. It was 10 to 15 players left alive moving into that end game. So definitely very contrasting, and it's kind of, you know, changing what I thought possibly could be the tone for the day. You know, if we were getting that stacked in endgame early on in game number 1, I was thinking perhaps that would continue, but no sir, it got uglier, moving over to Perdoria. But the question is, what's gonna be coming through for the next game? DRG winning this second one for themselves have certainly put themselves towards the very tippity top of the leaderboard. Are they going to be able to close it out moving forwards and get themselves that ever a little bit closer to the match point threshold?
Yeah, I think one of the reasons why we saw it be so much more aggressive and so many less teams making it all the way to the final circle for Padoria was that we saw so many different compositions, as opposed to on the first match where the lines are a little bit more drawn in terms of which teams are going to align themselves with which other compositions. It was all purple for themselves in that second match, essentially. You know, we had Viper teams, but not full Viper mirrors because so many teams picked up the UA. But let's see if you can pick yourself up one of our special gifts. Which player got the Spirit Well buff Draco Storm in game number 2? Historically, our second game question has always been the hardest of the day, and yeah, that is true to form. Was it A, SR17S? Was it B, SR's Rico? Was it C, Alliance's Jiang? Or was it D, Alliance's PP? Who was it that was able to specifically pick up that buff and apply it to their entire team?
That's a very difficult question. You know, even being in the game, it's actually quite difficult to tell which one of your own teammates was the one who actually got the buff themselves. So if you were paying attention, you might have caught it. So make sure to get your answer in the chat. But for now, we're going to take a look at the scoreboard off the back of that game. And DRG is going to be sitting at the top with 21 kills, 23 game score, 5-1 in second with 17 points. Very, very good showing from them, and they played very well in game number 1 as well. They weren't able to get that many kills and to truly rock the boat, but game number 2, that was very, very nice to see from them. But here we are taking a look at the damage, the stats from these players. Kakaishi with 5 kills, 25,000 damage. WX98 with 9 kills, 21,000 damage. And then Dongxing with 7 kills and just under 20,000 damage himself. Now, taking a look at the total standings for the day, including those pre-post points. Unfortunately for FPX, they haven't managed to find their footing so far at all today. Neither has OA, really. They've 2 games under their belts and less than 5 points in each game.
Yeah, and I mean, JL also have slipped all the way down to, well, the second half of the leaderboard. They're all the way down in 7th, currently is 5-1, still keeping ever so slightly ahead of DRG with a 46.5 lead, 44.3 for DRG in second, and OUG on their heels ever so slightly behind with a 42 scoreline. So we are potentially one good pop-off game away from any of these teams in the top half of that leaderboard being able to walk away and surpass the 63-point threshold.
Yeah, and hey, it's possible. I mean, 5-1 even had the opportunity in that game too, if they'd managed to get 25 kills and the first place placement. But it wasn't to be, and we're going to take a look here at the highlights off the back of that game. Brought to us by China Unicom, MVP'd by DRG. I'm not sure if we caught this early game fight here. Kakaishi running around, finding all of this damage, all of these kills. We did manage to catch this perspective right here, taking down SS1 Juan, and then finding Luo Yi. Finding Juan after he took down one player on his own. But yeah, not committing any ultimates, not doing anything. And then this situation right here, having lost Realm of Yang, they were able to salvage the game and actually come away with those Soul Blooms. Now moving over into that Realm of Yang, we saw Alliance able to fully deny ASE the utilization of their Mongol and fully dominate that Realm of Yang fight.
OUG Jinyu outliving a good 5 teams or so, just playing hide and seek behind one of the rock formations before popping one out with a surprise Syra ultimate that DRG and JL both had to be able to adapt into. I think Kakaishi is probably going to be walking away with the MVP. A lot of that damage definitely going to be done by the utilization of the F2 for the Viper that we got to see, but no, it's actually going to be the Matari coming out onto that MVP stage, as we can have a look and see all of the statistics that WX98 was able to bring to the table. 21,000 damage, 5,994 of it done with the longsword, as well as, 4,675 with the Toxicity.
Mushroom Gaming, the Jellyfish Gaming. I mean, it's to be expected, to be honest, considering the end zone that we had in that game. You know, so many jellyfish floating around with the mushrooms in the corners as well. He's able to snipe them with his musket and then just apply that poison onto so many people.
You know what I'm surprised about? He had Palm Lightning and we don't actually see Flying Knives.
True.
Listed in the damage bar coming on first. So yeah, you can really see like niche situations and strategies where you get to utilize, like you said, the environmental hazards on the map overall, especially when all of those players are just cramped up in one specific location. And in trios, if you're all stacked up on one of those jellyfish, you're all getting hit by that poison damage.
Yeah, that's not what you want. it does a lot of damage, and if any of the players in the vicinity happen to have any fire damage or anything along those lines, a rupture gale flame breath perhaps, or an armor pierce on the musket, then you are just easy pickings as you've got no HP to play around with, and you will go down. So yeah, very spooky poison over there. Definitely a very grief endgame to have, unfortunately for them. I think I did see quite a few players drop down a very, very low HP and even go down to that poison, just trying to navigate that area. So, word of warning, if you're in that area, stay away from the jellyfish. They will sting you.
Yeah, turns out jellyfish do indeed hurt. But speaking about hurting, these Tianhai compositions, they've been hurting. They've been getting hit from every single angle possible. I asked you before we headed into game 2, do we think that they're going to be burned from the composition? Do we think that they've touched the stove, they saw that it was a little bit too hot to handle with the amount of Viper compositions in, and they might now decide to stay away from it?
Well, we'll have to wait and see, as we're going to be throwing to a quick break before we go into our third game of the day. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the first bi-weekly trios final of the Nbpl Summer Split, or Dunk, as I'm sure we can start referring to it, the Tianhai Shakedown Hour, as these poor Transformer compositions have been bullied every single round they've tried to make a blow.
Yeah, no, they've not been having a fun time. Their ankles have been nipped at, the sharks in the water. And just being shot at and harpooned from across the fields. They're just not having a good time, unfortunately. And it looks as though it's just simply coming down to the fact that these teams can't come to an agreement as to what's going to get picked in what phase. Because in first phase, it was almost there, and Tianhai was banned out after the first phase, but there were only 3 of them. So it meant that they just got, fiended in that first game. And then game 2, there were only 2 in first phase, allowing for another to be picked up in the second. But still, there's just not enough of them, it looks like. And that's, I think, one of the problems with the Tianhai composition, because although it is very strong, they need to get the ball rolling early and do well in Yang. And with all of these different strategies, all of these different Vipers and ice cream comps and everything that's coming on through, it makes it very hard to stabilize and go into a run with Yang and have a solid plan for what you're going to be fighting against, because there's so many new things being done that you can't be prepared for everything.
Yeah, and I think as well that they're suffering from the fact that Viper now has a composition, or multiple compositions, that allows it to go into Realm of Yang. Because it used to be, right, that the Viper teams would stick to either sniping out the Realm of Yang portals, or they'd go for Spirit Wells because they would be paired with a Wu Chen and a Tessa, and Wu Chen's ultimate would lose so much value inside a Realm of Yang because there's just not enough distance for you to be able to disengage a team with a Wu Chen teleport so that you can reset, stabilize, and go in with the better ultimate economy. But now, for Transformers, for the Tianhai teams, it's not a 100% certainty that you're going to be able to win that Realm of Yang. So having that opportunity to scale with a legendary weapon is now denied. Having the confidence of being able to have the buff at your side so that if you fight into the open world and you run into your counter compositions, you have something to fall back onto to potentially swing the fight into your favor. That's now denied. And even worse for the Transformer teams, if you lose that Realm of Yang fight, you're saddled with soul depletion, which means that you have to then play much more aggressive in the open world, which then invites a third party or a fourth party or a fifth party occasion, as we see that all of those Realm of Yang depletion fights, every single person in the lobby is there, which means prime location for a Viper to snipe out.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think it might end up having to be the case where they adjust from being the Yang teams to going over to prioritizing Spirit Well instead, as
with a dome.
Yeah, it allows them to utilize that monk ult and be a little bit safer. Obviously, there are going to be other teams contesting, but I think that monk comp is certainly one of the best compositions for securing Spirit Wells. Just simply because the monk takes up so much space. You have the Kylin to knock people out of that circle. If you do manage to secure it, you're going to have that full ult reset. So it might be an adjustment that needs to be made sooner rather than later. However, we'll have to see, because maybe we'll get a lot more monk moving forward. Maybe once hero points are unlocked, that we'll get a lot more of them.
I'm sure like Game 4 will probably see 2 full phases of Tianhai teams. Especially if a team is on match point MVP potential, then they may well go in with the Tianhais and hope that they have the herd pack mentality on their side now that everyone can afford multiple compositions. But that's going to be Game 4. We still have to get through Game 3, so let's have a look and see this first round selections, because as you said, we've been dropping more and more monks in these first picks when it comes on through. Have we gone from 3 to 2 now to 1? What do DRG, FPX, Wolves, and Alliance all want to do?
Yeah, I mean, it looks as though there are plenty of teams who are willing to play Takeda at the moment. So we could see a little bit more of it in phase number 1, but let's see here. What are we going to have be picked up in first round selection, ladies and gentlemen? 30 seconds left. One of these players going to choose. FPX, interestingly, gonna go for the ice cream.
None.
None?
It's one or none. The prophecy has come true. The stove has been touched. And all of these teams, the Tianhai composition, they've been burned by it one too many times.
DRG, the last hope. Are they going to go for it? No, they're not. Not a single Tianhai in sight, but 3 Vipers, meaning that that's going to deny Viper from anybody else moving forwards.
Okay, well, now do we get the unity of second phase, where we get 4 Tianhais to combat the Viper compositions coming on through? Or do the teams in second phase see that there's way too many Vipers and again pass on the Tianhai so that everyone in third phase gets saddled with it instead? That's one coming on through, but Furifrio has always liked to drift towards the Tianhai. Jinyu is going to be opting for it too, but OA has already broken up the potential for monk composition with a Sand Siphon. So we're going to have 3. JL are also going to be fielding TXJ on that monk, but one thing's going to be on the Kurumi, and we're also going to be able to see a Justina come through, which I think is a very smart choice from JL's side, because now ice cream composition is going to be unaffordable to everyone in phase 3.
Yeah, it's also I believe JL was the team that played Justina, Monk, and Kurumi in the previous day that I casted. So they're definitely they're definitely comfortable with this one because they've picked it a couple times. This is their second time now, so we'll see moving forwards. But phase number 3, the last round selection, it looks as though we're going to have a mixed bag with some Yushan, Matari, and Feria, and then a little bit of old school Sand Siphon with that Karumi. So, as of course Syra has been banned out, they can't be picking up the Syra, but I'm interested in that, you know, this comp is still being like, it's still very strong. You know, we saw it do well. I'm surprised that it's not being picked more. You know, Karumi and Syra. Syra is obviously very strong, and she's a bit more versatile than Karumi. However, Karumi does seem to offer a considerable amount of potential. I'm surprised that Syra is still the priority pick over her when fielding this composition.
I feel like Syra is aggressive and can turn the attention onto other teams easier than Karumi, who is purely defensive in terms of both the ultimate, forcing you to have to play in one specific static location. Once that recast has been burned in static locations in Battle Royale, where the fight is constantly being moved and kited into all of these different spaces, can be much more problematic. And then Syra, the pressure too, when teams run into a Syra team, sometimes they just don't take the engagement because they worry about the mutual destruction of getting hit by that Syra ultimate with the stun dazzles coming in through, as opposed to a Karumi. But for the most part, you have to worry about that other team having one of the hyper carries play much more aggressive with the damage reduction on tether.
Yeah, I mean, that's absolutely true. I think also it could be something to do with the fact that not traditional Transformers, sorry, the new Transformers with Kylin does disrupt Karumi quite a lot. You know, the Kylin being able to dash through all the players who are standing on that circle means that they can't stabilize. They can't stay on their feet all that easily. So it splits up a lot of that healing potential and makes it more difficult. But that being said, you know, there's a lot of res opportunities that Karumi facilitates, you know, the defensive capabilities of her F, and also the inherent synergy between Tumulk and Karumi, in that you can throw the sand down onto that Karumi circle, and then you essentially just create an AoE field where if anybody steps into it, they have their stamina sapped. It's the same effect as if they were to go through a Tumulk wall, which is very, very disruptive. So it's definitely interesting that we still see Karumi do so well. But I have to say, I think we're probably going to be seeing a lot more of her in future once NBPL moves over to the more recent patch, as Syra has been, you know, changed considerably, and some might say even just completely gutted and nerfed. So it's hard to say whether or not we will see more Syra in future once that happens. It's possible because they did reallocate some of the power somewhat, but still, it's definitely gonna result in her getting picked up less.
Yeah, Beam being powerable is definitely going to make it very interesting for the Syra ultimates to be able to come through. But then again, Stun Dazzle still having the opportunity to just stun people out means that they won't have access to that parry. But that is for a future patch, and we are currently in the present, which means we have the gift of getting to see this follow-up. Interesting that OUG have actually parted ways with their regular drop pattern on this map. They tend to immediately go for Salvation Podium, but this time around they're actually going to be dropping more to the side of it, as Wolves and SS1 are going to be dropping very, very close to each other, just on the outskirts of the city of Tang, as we can see that Zuan has to be very careful that he doesn't find himself into a 2 versus 1. The Wolves are the ones suddenly outnumbered. TK goes a little bit further from the pack, and instantly SS1 capitalized.
Beautiful peel coming through from Wolves here. You see the parry coming through. Juan goes down, but ASE is going to be the one to clean up this fight, coming in with that perfect timing attack, catching one quick kill and disrupting the entire fight. And I imagine they will likely be able to pick up a couple more moving forwards. SS1 Yuan trying desperately to disengage, trying his best to stay on the move. The scale rushes are going to keep him alive for the moment, but oh my goodness, dropping down right in front of Mist, who's ready and waiting with those flying knives to take him down. As he does so, now picking up the chase back onto NHQ, who'd come out of that Yushan ultimate. Are they going to commit though? I don't think they
Do
will.
they commit? I mean, ASU's hand is right there next to OA, and they have spotted him out. The grapple is actually going to be able to find the connection. He is able to scale rush up to the wall onto the parapet to make it to his team. And Cuckoo is actually going to be coming in with the commitment of that Pyro Ultimate. They got the stun dazzle onto Xiao Wen, which leads into the triple charge beam, and they're getting this Feria lower and lower, or rather Matari lower and lower and lower, trying to find that elimination before the ultimate can come in through. The Tenny is going to zone as well. Now just creating a pocket of space that everyone on the side of ASE are going to be trapped into. As Cuckoo has to be careful that he doesn't get popped back by that Feria cannon mech coming on out.
Unfortunately, it's too close quarters for ASE to survive this one. Unfortunately, the Cuckoo 2 is just constantly going from wall to wall to wall with this purple pulse sword, scale rushing to his heart's content, just shredding through these players, and they pick up 3 eliminations for themselves. Very nice indeed. Now taking a look down here to in the south, in the deserty area, we have a golden greatsword. Oh my. Golden greatsword of the hands of SR Zhao. They must have picked up that golden weapon from the Salvation Podium puzzle. DRG in close proximity, but hiding, cutting noise as to not get spotted out. SR looks as though they're not all that interested in chasing these players into that ravine, into the deserty area, and instead are going to turn around and head towards Plume Castle. Perhaps JL just to the northwest of Plume, trying to recover their game, having only managed to get 1 kill, but in the process losing all of their rebirths.
When they're going close to SR2, TXJ is immediately going to try and about turn away from where he was heading to pick up one of those stashes. As we can see, 521's Pampy just taking a little bit of a lull to be able to go shopping and pick themselves up some better gear. They've already been able to find themselves purple armor. As JL, it looks like they were actually able to get TXJ back into the fold, but it's come at the cost of their entire team now getting scouted out by SR. The repeater crossbow has come on through, but it doesn't look like we're going to be seeing a commitment from either of these two teams. Simply just a little bit of cheeky damage to try and build up some of those ultimates before they go and prioritize slow building up to the better loot to have available for the first realm of Yang fight.
Yeah, it looks as though Alliance has managed to get their hands on a Moonbane. They are certainly going to be looking to try and find a fight, find a team to engage upon. Speaking of, FPX might be doing it exactly that. They spot out OA. Going for the grapple in. Are we going to see this full commitment? It looks as though we are. That focus attack catching water just on the top of this tower. They've put themselves into a rather precarious spot. The F2 coming out from the Takeda does get pushed out by the fan, and now we have that Syra ultimate being pulled, the trigger being pulled on it. The 2-tick trying his best to get inside the building. The Tumult ultimate being put down to peel. FPX ZGE is going to be using that Justina ultimate as well. See if he can find any opportune freezes to lock down one of these players. Might be about to see it. Water does get knocked about by the enemy Syra. The freeze comes through. The dash coming in. A 2-tick gets knocked down. The Feria ultimate is going to get utilized. Water, does he go for the heal? No, he doesn't. The right click comes through. The turret form, and 2-tick goes down before being able to utilize that ultimate.
Yeah, that Feria V2 allows Water to find the recovery, and now OA are getting absolutely barraged by these cannon shots. They have to take cover inside the building, which means that door frame, Water has to cancel out of the mech to be able to follow players from behind with the RMBs coming in through from the fan. Has to be careful though that they don't get parried, but they have been able to find the pick onto another player on the side of OA and clean up now onto QQ2 as well, which means that they'll be able to have those soul wounds to start rebuilding some of that rage generation. So we can see where Alliance invested that Moonbane directly into a fight against SR, and I believe GG as well, as they have been able to find a couple of these picks. Yuma having to burn that F2 to try and find a recovery. 3-3-0 still going to be able to find a little bit of a fight, but a huge double parry comes out from Jiang to turn the pressure onto the Tianhai. And it looks like GG, seeing that their health was going a little bit too low for comfort, are going to disengage away from where the Moonbane can hit them.
I think they're immediately running over to where the fireflies spawn. I'm not sure if there are any left to be picked up, though, unfortunately for them. But they are going to feign as though there were. They're going to pretend and look to go right back on into this fight. CJS eating a lot of damage, very low HP, but they do find the trade. CJS still alive. Are they able to? Is Alliance able to close out this kill and make it an equal fight? They are not, unfortunately. In Alliance, having utilized their Moonbane and not having that Viper ultimate ready to go, are gonna be in a bit of a bad spot. But the ults come online. GG is gonna be able to iframe that Viper stun as well. We're going back and forth right now, 2 versus 2. This is not too good for them though, as Wolves has arrived on scene. The wolf pack smells blood in the water. They're ready to pounce at a moment's notice.
Yeah, it might be peripherals juggler that they go through as well. This team has been able to find one grab, which is going to provide a slam for that V2 sustainability, but he's going to be dropping out the ultimate, and now he's going to be incredibly vulnerable. So TK with that Viper gets the F2 as well. That Silence is going to be able to find the connection and will be able to take that Tian Hai down before the F1 can cover for him. And that's going to be GG having to go back to the drawing board. I believe they're all still going to be in play, however, as they did have their revives available, as DRG have occupied themselves on one of those ballista towers, and we can see them already holding court over the presence of one of those Realm of Gang entrances.
Indeed. Also, another thing to note, SR, although they did get caught out by that Moonbane, I believe that Zhao did manage to hold on to that golden greatsword, as it was only him who managed to survive. His 2 teammates did go down, so it looks as though it was a bit of a sacrifice angle. He let his teammates go down just so that they could hold on to that legendary weapon. Definitely good presence of mind there to make sure they don't donate that over to another team. Now going into this run with Yang, we have JL on their Justina, Karumi, Tianhai composition. All 3 with blue armor going head to head against SS1, who are on a Feria Yueshon composition here. TXJ pulling the trigger on that ultimate, going to be monking up, as well as Laurier utilizing that Feria mech, jumping in to try and peel for his teammates. XXL is going to be forced to pop that F. The ultimate does get utilized. Juan tries to find the Impale, but unfortunately he's not able to connect. And now it's a long drawn-out fight between these 2 teams. TXJ jumping through, trying to find the catch, but it doesn't look as though he's going to be able to before that ultimate expires.
Oh, the cannon shots, like you said, just keeping TXJ from being able to convert any of those scoops or grabs. Yuan gets interrupted with the drop down by the charged RMB coming in out from those halberds. The Torii ultimates come into the mix, but unfortunately for Yuan, he's falling lower and lower and lower. Has to invest every single one of those F dashes just to try and keep himself away, and XXL will be able to find the parry, which is going to commit into that pick. And now it's just JL having to deal the last little hits of damage, jump LMBs into drop down RMB. Is going to be able to take the last person down, and JL, even though they were coming to that fight, full blue armor on every single one of their players, will be able to find the win despite TXJ's Monk ultimate getting virtually nothing but zoning.
Yeah, that was they hard committed onto that Justina off the rip, but TXJ able to peel for him and deny that, and the Karumi circle as well, doing work to refresh that full shield bar, keeping them topped up. I think may have been the separating factor, as they just weren't able to burst through that healing from the Karumi. Now taking a look at Wolves, who've managed to get their hands on a Draco Storm from the Spirit Well, but are being hunted down by ASE and FPX, and I believe also GG are in the mix there on the chase down and trying to catch up to them, but Wolves, the presence of mind to fully disengage, are putting a significant distance between themselves and their pursuers. However, NHQ unfortunately is going to get caught and forced to use that Yushan ultimate. They try and go for the no ult zone, but it's not going to reach him. He's going to drag them all the way into the storm as best he can to deny any more further aggression.
Yeah, all the way into the zone we go. How far ASE dedicated to chasing? They do have a million birds fight, so they might literally just commit the entirety of that box to be able to find the pick. FPX though lied in wait to try and find the ambush, and now ASE find themselves in a full dogfight brawl Han has to come and prove the Terracotta Warrior transformation. Water's already out with that Syra Stun Dazzle, though, trying to stop ASE from consolidating damage onto his two other players on the low ground beneath him. As Xiaowen keeps getting knocked back both by the Syra and the Justina CC trade. And he's out of the Fairy Mech already. Blistering Edge attached to the pole, so just going to be able to pick off Han alongside the RMBs from that fan. And FPX had a perfect ambush.
It really did. That was beautifully done. We saw that Blistering Edge coming through as well. Perfect utility for fighting in that storm. And now moving over to JL, who are scrapping with OUG, DRG, 521. All of these teams in the vicinity. SR getting involved too. TXJ. They do have Hyperminion Bird's Might, so it looks as though they're happy to continue fighting this, but they're going to need to either let themselves die or fully disengage before this runs out. And there's only 30 seconds left on the timer. TXJ trying to find his way in, trying to get something, just a little bit more value with this buff before he goes down. Is he going to be able to find it? We see so much explosive action coming through. The Karumi ultimate, the Tumult ultimate, the Takeda ultimate as well. TXJ does finally go down. Alliance coming in with this Syra ultimate. Is 521 going to be able to cleanse this Yang depletion as well? They do manage to cleanse 2. They haven't managed to get as many kills as they would like, with only 1 under their belt so far.
Yeah, SPX 2 went for the full reset, not off of the player death, but off of zone death, so they're going to be able to reposition with all of their utility into this next fight. Alliance's Jiang trying to open up the fight for his team, as they do have Yang depletion in 1 minute 14 seconds to the other fans. 5-2 are in a very similar position, but they don't have ultimates to open up that fight. It's going to be Plan B with this Takeda trying to find some of those damages, as I will be able to pick off Alliance's Yuma. So 5-1 will be able to pick up one of those soul blooms, and now they're just left with their one. Ivan is the only one on this team who needs to find the bloom and be able to cleanse, but the fighting has since petered on out, and 5-1 did not have the ultimate to reset it.
Well, it looks as though they've managed to find themselves an unsuspecting Feria. Royer getting absolutely exploded. Oh my goodness. 1 HP, just barely able to make it into that mech. Can they pick up the bloom in time? They can indeed. And they fully cleanse their Yang depletion with 5 seconds left on the clock. Very nicely done. I'm surprised this Feria was just happened to be wandering around here. Yeah, I'm not
it was
too sure.
SS1's last player.
Yeah. Still.
So, Feria without a team, unfortunately, and just got picked off immediately by the side of 5-1, who saw $signs the second they spotted that straggler. Alliance's Jiang, unfortunately not able to find a similar handout. Will go down to that Yang depletion as JL going to be finding themselves a fight against OUG right now. Jinyu putting enough pressure onto TXJ that it forces that Karumi to have it instantly for the damage that's on TXJ's side, so he doesn't have to burn that TNI ultimate, and they can have the confidence to put themselves directly into that Yang portal to go head to head with FPX, who again are on the full CC counter TNI team.
And also have a full purple armor, as well as a golden pair of dual halberds. This might be a difficult fight for JL to come away with the win from. TXJ is going to be popping that Tianhai ultimate, and he almost demexed the Feria, but unfortunately Kiki does manage to turn his camera 180 just in time, and the grab does come through, but it doesn't actually catch ZG. Oh my goodness, a TXJ! He caught the Feria mid-air into the grab as well. Kiki gets grabbed once again, but unfortunately the ultimate is going to expire, and now it's a battle on foot. What?
That is just immediately TXJ microwave down. Water with the legendary skilled Syra V1 just shreds that TM once he falls out of his ultimate. One thing now gets hit into the stagger window, but XXL will be able to interrupt Water before he can convert off of that grapple kick into an uppercut extension. And now it is just going to be a 2 versus 2. Water spacing on out, his teammate peeling for him so he can get one of those health pots off, and he loses the legendary halberd. Has to invest the combo breaker to displace himself from the follow-up damage too, and now he's just held in stone form.
Oh my goodness, what a blunder from FPX. We do see the scale rush come through, but it's not going to net him the kill. Unfortunately, a little bit of damage, but too little too late. And JL somehow, against all odds, are going to come away with the win. The huge blunder coming out from the opposing team, and JL are ready for it. Get the double parry, snipe away those legendary halberds, and just to add to their collection, they have 3 legendary weapons now, I believe. Oh my goodness.
They have 3! That's insane! Halberds, dual blades, fist blades. Every single kind of blade JL have at their disposal right now. As OUG have been able to get their hands on legendary armor for their Kylan. We can have a look at Wolves potentially going to be fighting JL, but then again, I don't know if you really want to go up against that stacked up composition from JL's team, and Wolves definitely thinking better off of it themselves. Gonna just be scouting the areas, trying to figure out whether or not there's a team hiding and playing it slow around the outer edges of the zone instead.
Indeed, and taking a look at our Yang Depletion teams, 5T1 and FPX are going to be afflicted by it, and let's see exactly how that ended up happening. OUG being the victors of their Realm of Yang, taking down 5T1, but let's see what actually happened. OUG Jinyu popping that Tianhai ultimate, having lost a little bit of his shield on the drop down. Baby Yu does lose his armor as well, but they're still chasing them down. But the Tumulk ultimate was committed to try and deter the aggression. Takeda ultimate now being popped behind the pillar to deny any follow-up on the grab itself. Fampi able to break line of sight, but the Kylan ultimate does come through. Unfortunately, the Tianhai ultimate does expire before a grab is taken, before they are able to pick him up. And this fight looks as though it goes for a very long time. All of these players very healthy, it seems. But Ibin, I think he got a little bit too aggressive, a little bit too much bitten off, and he gets punished for it, being separated from his teammates. And now in the 3 versus 2, able to isolate this Karumi. Fat Mills has just got nowhere to go. The grapple, the jump LMBs into the 3 versus 1 afterwards, and then it's just a formality, unfortunately, for 5-1. The one mistake taken full advantage of by OUG.
I mean, the communication from OUG was absolutely stellar. Like you said, Baby finds an isolated target, immediately comes it over to Jinyu, who goes for a drop down, gabbing before they're ready to anticipate it, and right off of the rip, it's just off to the races they go. As we can see, that Forbidden Seal has been procced by 5-1, who are in the middle of way too many teams with Yang Depletion. They want to try and even out the odds, take away everyone's abilities to use those ultimates, so they don't get jumped upon by a full Viper stun lock. And we can see it's given them a little bit of time too. They've been able to isolate a lot of those other teams from going for that engagement. And now, instead of trying to chase after a pack, they can just look for some straggler players, grapple onto them, and prevent them from repositioning to try and take a 3 versus 3, rather than a 3 versus the entire rest of the lobby.
Yeah, that's not what you want, you know. You don't want to be taking on the entire world as a Sand Siphon composition. You can definitely deal with a couple, but not that many, unfortunately. Looks as though they managed to spot out FPX here. ZGE is the target, but the flub from... oh no!
Right side of the Tammy ult, and the Justina just pops the ult and dashes off into the horizon.
That's rough. Ibin is he's slipping. He's playing extremely well earlier. 5-1 has had a really good showing so far today, but this game it's just not going their way right now, and not able to deal with the pressure. It looks like Ibin is crumbling, losing them the Realm of Yang, and then like completely scuffing up that Tumulk ultimate, missing it entirely. Now they're on the back foot and forced to try and deal with the lobby with 2 of their ultimates down. Fat Milk is regenerating his, but still, having not been able to actually do any damage to anyone, they're not really able to get some of that rage back. But it's as though they might be able to cleanse this Yang Depletion if they can secure the Spirit World.
They're gonna try, but they have to hope that JL are gonna let them have it. Because FPX also needs to cleanse that Yang depletion, and they've only got 34 seconds left, so if they don't pick up the Spirit Well immediately, they're going to be out of the lobby for good, and FPX have had the exact same idea. I think they might just have cannibalized each other's chances.
They might have actually just committed to mutual destruction. Pampy is going to get focused down. He finds himself a common armor swap, but I don't think that's going to be enough to keep him alive. He does get taken down in the kill feed by Water, and now Fat Milk is going to follow quickly behind. JL in the mix of all of this, though, while this was happening, has decided that they're going to take the Spirit Well themselves. Kiki gets grabbed and taken down by XXL. ZGE does go down in the kill feed to SR. It looks as though JL might be able to hold on to this one. GG's going to try their hand at pushing them off of it, but they've managed to get a significant amount of progression on the capture. But will they be able to do this? GG, Justina ultimate is in play. JL still fighting for it.
Did get hit by the Justina freeze, but still has a chance of ultimate to look for some of these grabs, and that's zoning at a lot of these other teams. JL going to be getting out of that. Forbidden Seal comes on through, directly cutting into that Spirit Well, and we can actually see that TXJ with the legendary halbers is just patrolling the insides of that ring, trying to challenge anyone. Dome has now dropped. TXJ does have the opportunity to utilize that ultimate, but Forbidden Seal is currently in place, so he won't have access of it while he's still sitting inside that Spirit Well, and it's actually going to be JL who were able to get their hands onto the Draco Storm, having left one of the other players to capture that last little chunk of percentage. In the meantime, though, both those teams that had their Yang depletion have since been knocked out. FPX only have their Syro alive because their Syro was the only one who was able to pick up a Soul Blim when all of that fighting originally began.
Looks as though GG is in the thick of it right now, going head-to-head with SR. Beautiful little kill pick up onto Han, but it does go over to OUG instead of GG. Unfortunately, they do cleanse the Yang depletion that they were afflicted with, thankfully. Now Alliance in a dire spot. Jiang having utilized his ultimate, no armor and no teammates to back him up. It's going to be a tough one to make it out of here alive, but he's managed to put a lot of distance between him and the rest of the lobby. However, OUG are going to quickly be closing said distance. Jiang trying desperately to get up the cliffside. Jinyu chasing him with the staff. Oh my goodness, the mincemeat. The blender coming through from that Moonshard Storm is going to crush his dreams, unfortunately. What's going to happen moving forward? Because we're dwindling down to less and less players. GG losing one.
They're going to try. Purpur is providing cover. They almost, yeah, they pick him up. He might instantly go down again, though, if they're not careful. The main thing as well as OG Jinyu going for that transformation, it has actually provided a smoke screen for GD to be able to break away and stabilize the person that they just picked up. DRG 55.3 points with 10 eliminations, so close. That match point threshold of 63, and they're also entirely removed from this fight. They're playing the long game right about now as JL's TXJ with that Kurumi Tavers fully controlling the tempo of this lobby, forcing all of the other teams to run to the other side of the building. GG in the meantime, however, have lost CJ as and are about to lose LXM. Peripheral outside the Monk transformation picks up one, but FPX's Water saw the pickup and goes for the track down, chase down with the Syro V1. The Kylan ultimate comes on through, but the healing guard is immediately broken beneath the focus fire of the microwave beam, and CGS goes down once more.
Unfortunate to say the least. He almost made it out, but there was just not enough cover to keep him alive and on the move. Unfortunately, now DRG looks as though they're pulling the trigger onto JL. JL, having positioned himself on the Spirit Well, are immediately getting fiended by DRG, and oh my goodness, TXJ just has nowhere to go. The Kurumi ultimate was popped to try and keep him alive, but it wasn't enough. The damage, the sheer brute force of DRG popping those ultimates, making it impossible for TXJ to stay on his feet. But thankfully, we do have this Kurumi tether in play, and it is going to be slowly resurrecting him moving forward. And I think OUG going to take it upon themselves to fully commit onto this DRG, who's just used all of their resources to focus down TXJ and co.
Yeah, Biweek is going to fall for the side of DRG. The question is, can OUG find the eliminations? Kakaishi is also caught beneath JL's watchful focus. By trying to run away from OUG, he threw himself into the fire of another stacked up Tianhai team, who are more than happy to take away one of their big counters. XXL is forced apart with that Justina ultimate, and DRG, oh tragedy! That knocks entirely out of this lobby, so close to that match point pressure. It's not to OUG to be able to come on through with that match point position, as TXA with that Tianhai ultimate is going to allow Jin Yu the opportunity to use his too. And now we've got both of these two Transformers on the field. A cheeky stomp comes out from TXA to make sure that Jin Yu can't capitalize on the grab that he's been able to find, and OUG are able to remove one player from JL's side. TXA has to mountain goat parkour his way into a position that he doesn't get turned onto as that ultimate fades out, but unfortunately the same cannot be said for his teammate. One Feng has been fully tracked out by OUG. The RMB from the Fist Blades finds the interruption. Heal coming on out from the pressure of all three players, and JL's One Feng is able to make it away. TXA comes on through with the bar, but he's now in a 1 versus 3 situation, and OUG still have access to the Draco Storm, which means that the second TXA finds us back against the wall, that Stone Form will be broken instantly.
Yeah, unfortunately not able to survive the onslaught. There was a situation where I saw it. I saw the Dream. He had 3 players on him, and they were about to send a focus, and they did. And he parried, but because Flying Knights is able to send focus attacks omnidirectionally, it didn't connect, and it was all downhill from there. But now with Wolves, TK having been hiding, biding his time until this moment, now popping the ultimate, getting the stun onto SS, but Jin Yu able to iframe it, denying TK his moment of glory, and it gets grabbed up and slashed through by Baby Yu's Kylin. Now it's just a formality at this point. We have Water desperately trying to disengage into the storm, but he's got nowhere to go. Come back here, Water! And he just gets slammed into the ground, and that... It's gotten more oogly, Moxie. Less and less players alive in the end game, and OUG are going to be the MVPs of game number 3.
Not just that, they're going to be the only team on match point threshold. They were on 61 points when that pick comes through onto Water, so then we add 4 points to that tally of being the last team standing, and kill score multiplier too, which means that they are by far above the 63-point threshold necessary. And now there is going to be one team that every single person in this lobby has to have their focus pushed towards. Take out OUG to continue the day. If OUG finds a win in any of the next coming games, they walk away with it ended early.
Yeah, they could end the day much sooner than anticipated. We have the opportunity to potentially go full 8 games, but it's been done before and it could happen again. We could be finishing our usual 6-game series much earlier and end after the 4th game. Who knows? We'll have to wait and see. But still, massive game from OUG. Props to them for getting that big numbers game. Oof. What an end game. What happened? Well, there was just so much going on. I think that Forbidden Seal, that no ult zone, got popped about 6 times in the space of 5 minutes. It's the most utilized Forbidden Seal ever in the history of Nbpl. I don't think I've seen a single one get used that much in a single game.
Well, it was also in a very impactful location, right? Directly on top of Spirit Well. So for a lot of those teams that we talked about, there were 2 teams that had Yang depletion that wanted to control that Spirit Well so they could cleanse it immediately. And then Forbidden Seal comes on through. Other teams try to go for the same strategy. They both cannibalize each other's chances of being able to pick up the buff. Without a lot of a fight and brawl developing, JL see an opportunity, OUG see an opportunity, and it just spirals from there where we see so many of those teams. We had something like 25 players when that Forbidden Seal comes on through, and it just dwindles down incredibly quickly off of the aggression that fight invites. Yeah,
it's very explosive, very explosive, and it's interesting because we've seen a lot less action early on. It feels as though a lot of the fighting has been reallocated towards the end of the games, or the mid to end games as opposed to early on, because we've had very quiet early games, at least after that initial aggressiveness off spawn. It slows down considerably. But here we are taking a look at all the teams and how far off of match point they are, and you were exactly right. OUG is able to get to that match point threshold, allowing them the opportunity to simply win it all off of one win.
DRG are gonna be probably a little bit tilted too, because they were something like 6 points away from match point themselves, and they were the ones that OUG just immediately laser focused onto the second that they were able to pick up that Draco Storm. And by trying to run away from OUG, they then ran themselves directly into JL, who were on a very similar composition and are therefore going to be more than happy to sweep up those scattered off players of DRG to make sure that the counters to the Tianhai composition can't line up, because we did have multiple Vipers still left, and they're able to one by one remove the threat, so that when those Viper ultimates come on through, it is just a matter of utilizing the activation of the ultimate to iframe the original tether connection, as opposed to them being hit by a fervor stun once you are in that Vajra state. As we can see, OUG walk away with 18 kills, as well as that kill score multiplier, leading to a whopping 25.6 game score.
Massive game from them. FPX coming in second place with 16 kills, but a considerable number of less points than OUG because of that placement multiplier and because of the placement points themselves, not able to stack up to them. Surprising that SS1 was sat at the bottom of the leaderboard in that lobby as well, considering that they've been known so far this bi-weekly as a very consistent team, able to constantly put up decent numbers every game. Surprising that they don't have the same success, unfortunately. But we'll see moving forwards. For now, we're taking a look at OUG's stats. That's quite a lot of healing from that zipping right there. Yeah. 27,000 healing. Will we see a zipping MVP? Who knows?
Probably the Kylan. 27,000 damage. Something to really talk about, though, was the very unusually low damage coming on from the Tianhai. 14,000 damage done by the Tianhai, which shows that Jinyu was utilizing his ultimate to either zone and keep the isolation and pressure off of OUG's attention, but also just holding those players for as long as possible against the other teams, so that they didn't have access to one of their players in the composition, and then set up the follow-up for his Kylan to be able to come on through with those V2 connections.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the way that Monk just sort of navigates these fights has changed considerably. You know, his uses and his objectives changes from game to game and from matchup to matchup. So it's sometimes you just don't have the opportunities to really get all that much damage yourself, unfortunately. But here we are taking a look at the highlights off the back of game number 3, brought to us by China Unicom and MVP by OUG. And this is that early game fight that we saw with Alliance fully engaging onto SR with their Moonbane. SR thankfully were able to make it out alive with their legendary greatsword, but they did have to sacrifice 2 players. And then JL here up against FPX. Huge comeback fight. FPX just making a huge blunder and getting double parried in the ends of that fight in the 2 versus 2, meaning that they just got absolutely dismantled moving forward and giving JL the win.
Yeah, there's the drop down jabbing coming over from Jinyu as they're able to find the isolation 2 versus 1 inside that realm of gang fights. Jinyu 2 on that Tianhai being able to use the stomp and keep up the pressure onto DRG, forcing them closer towards that corruption damage and zoning them then afterwards into the middle of the space, which means that they run into more of those players in the grouped up areas. As we can see, Baby Yuga on that Kylan just finding those dash connections again and again and again to make sure that FPX's last remaining player of Water was not able to go down to that zone damage and provide OUG an extra pick.
Exactly, and they won as many points as they possibly can get their hands on, and it looks as though you were right, Moxie. The Kylan is going to be the MVP for OUG. Big damage numbers, a lot of kills on the board, 7 eliminations, 9 assists, 27,500 damage. and 11,500 of which was done with his skills and ultimates. That's a lot of damage coming out from the Kylan ultimate. Nunchucks, 7,000, doesn't even compare. Oh my goodness. With the Dragon Roll, Jabbing, Assassin's Lunge, Nether Step, Sap, Cavalry Bloom, and Vajra's Grip running the V2 F1 Kylan.
Yeah, I mean, no surprises. 27,000 damage. We talked about the fact that he would likely be the MVP, and again, it goes to show that he was working off of openings that Jinyu was able to create for him with those Tianhai transformation states, and that is one of the things that the Tianhai and the Kylan do incredibly well. That was a composition that we got to see when Kylan initially got released and got paired with the Zip. Zip having a very good synergy with the two, given the fact that you could look where your Kylan was dashing, you could then utilize your bubble to make sure that he gets that health reset, and then later on down the line that bubble then got buffed to have a better lock-on to those targets, so it got even stronger as a synergy of support.
Yeah, absolutely, and it differs from the Kurumi synergy now, especially because you can't heal health with Kurumi Circle. It's the shield healing circle now, so you definitely need to be able to keep that Kylan's health topped up so that he can keep dashing through those enemy players. But we're going to be jumping over to a quick interview before our next game, so make sure to stick around for that, and we'll see you very shortly.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Post-Game Interview. This is Jaeger, and now I'm standing here with our player. Let him say hello to our audience. 来吧，先和观众朋友们打招呼吧。
大家好，我是 OG 的新宇。
欢迎新宇来到我们的赛后采访。Welcome 新宇 and congratulations, you guys just get the MVP in the latest game. And also, I would like to say congratulations because you just passed the match point. So, when you're gonna finish the game today? 那首先要恭喜一下，刚才这把拿了 MVP 啊，也是要恭喜作为现在目前为止唯一一个开赛点的队伍。来吧，新宇，什么时候准备结束今天比赛，让大家下班？
我觉得下一把应该可以，我希望是下一把，也一定是下一把吧。
一定是下一把，说的这么肯定，那我们就期待一下你的表现，好不好 ？I wish we can finish the matches today just in the game 4, and I wish that we can get the championship. And I think we must done it. Okay, let's move on to next part. Answer for question. So now we can see the question is, which hero did OUG 新宇 use in the game 3? 这道题目呢是刚才这把比赛当中新宇用到的是哪个英雄 So let's talk about the latest game, and we know that the character you use now, like this bi-weekly, we always talk about because like in the beginning and middle time for this character is really hard for him to survive. So like for you as you are using it, so any like strategy or tips can share with us? 那因为刚才其实新宇我们这道题也是关于新宇刚才用的是哪个英雄嘛，那其实新宇用的这个英雄嘛，对我们来说就是在这个特别是这个双周当中，其实它的生存前中期的生存空间是挺难的一件事情。自己作为这个英雄的使用者，有没有什么技巧可以跟我们分享？
玩天海的话就得这个英雄得忍耐，你前中期就得忍耐，因为这个英雄是绝爱圈的英雄，绝爱圈比较厉害，然后你前中期就稍微打个落地架，然后打回阳，慢慢运营，然后最重要的是绝爱圈，你可以不打落地架，不打回阳，就慢慢收就行了，就一定要是进绝爱圈的。
我觉得跟这个角色形象也很符合，就是忍一个，只要你忍到了最后，你一定就能拿大分，对不对？
对。
So for me, I think the key point for this character is like reduce yourself. It's like if you can contain your status from the beginning to the middle time, even if you don't like fighting with other teams, just survive to the end of the game in the final circle, then you will get a very high score in the matches. 哇，真的非常非常有意思。我们来看一下我们的接下来应该要给我们粉丝发出福利了，对不对 ？Okay, I think our players prepare and let's start counting. 给我们倒计时吧。
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, let's find out the correct answer. 也有请我们的新宇公布一下正确答案是哪个。
答案是 A。
Yes, the correct answer is A. 天海。哇，这两天还有一个玩笑，大家一直在说，天气也很热啊，就天海上完场之后直接就变成舍利子了，是不是 ？Okay, we have a joke about the monk, but we are going to back to the matches. It's like we can see a lot of hero combination, especially like your team and like fighting with the team Go Air. We saw that you are using the Ziping, cooperate with monk, and they are using the Kurumi. So like which hero combination you think is better? 我们也想来分析一下。其实，在刚才这把比赛最后看到跟勾维尔那波对战当中，两边都是用到了大佛，但是你们一个是用的是殷子平，一个用的是胡桃的阵容。哎，在你看来，你觉得哪个阵容会更好一些？
我觉得双方都有优势。奶妈的那个存活率比较高一点，她绝对圈能拉人，队友死了的话是能拉的。然后殷子平的话更灵活一点，因为她大招只要开大，然后随时不管你在哪儿都能来，是吧？但是奶妈她有千神，那个阵是固定的，就一个是更灵活，一个是绝对圈更有优势。
一个是固定的，一个是可以更灵活的去保护自己的队友。So for me, I think each like hero combination, they all have the advantage. Like for the Kurumi, because his ultimate is really strong, but it's like just can use at the same position. And for the like Ziping, and she is like more flexible. So both of these two hero combination, they have their own advantage. 再次感谢新宇来到我们的赛后采访，给我们做了非常专业的分析。那哇，刚才自己也说了，肯定第4把就能下班，对不对？到底能不能实现？我们就一起期待一下，好不好？ Let's looking forward to the rest of the game, and thank you, Xinyu, for today's interview. And we will take a break and be right back later.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here after that short break to bring you the second half of the day. I'm Dunkin' Donuts, joined by the lovely Moxie, and we are very excited to bring you these upcoming games, as I'm sure we'll be heading in to our fourth game of the day very, very soon. And we already have a team on match point, so things could be rather explosive. You know, we could have OUG come in and take it all just after this next game.
Yeah, the shortest bi-weekly finals that we've ever done was 5 games. So let's see if we can get even shorter, but OUG being the only team on match point threshold, Dunk, definitely means that there's going to be a very large target attached to their back. But it being game number 4, all of the hero points have since been refreshed, so maybe we see a whole lot of Tianhai teams in both phase 1 and phase 2, or maybe, as you were talking to me about it when we were just waiting for that break to finish, we see all of the teams go towards the Viper so that they can afford that composition instead.
Yeah, it's certainly possible. You know, it could also be the optimal move is if we have all these Vipers and OUG is the clear target of the lobby. You know, Viper could be the character to do it and take them down, as Viper's been well known to be part of the sort of assassination bursty comp. So that could end up being the case. Or we see, as you said, the Tianhai is coming out in force and all just become a brick wall and try and deny as many kills as possible going over to any single team.
Yeah, but I believe OUG, because of their positioning in the rankings, are going to be now permanently in the last group when it comes to those phases. So they're going to definitely have the most amount of points that they're going to have to spend, but they're also going to have the most amount of information of what the other compositions are going to be played, because they're going to be able to see what is more expensive, whether it's on the first row of expense, whether it's on the second, or potentially if it's on the third.
Yeah, exactly. You're absolutely right about that. That's it's a double-edged sword. You know, it limits you and potentially would force you into having to spend a lot more of your allotted hero points if you're in that final phase. But because you know which characters have had their cost increased from the previous phases, you can usually deduce what these other teams are playing. And there are a lot of strategies for trios for these phases. And one of the things that you could do is try and directly counter comp the rest of the lobby. You know, try your best to come up with and play a composition that will do especially well into what's already been picked, which might be necessary if they hope to survive the onslaught of every single other team in the lobby. So who knows? But we'll be finding out relatively soon. But I predict that we'll probably get quite a few Vipers, I think. I think quite a few Vipers are going to get fielded.
Yeah, I think if you're OUG, there are 2 ways you can do it. You can either, like you said, go for a counter comp, or you can try and play with the majority of the compositions. I think that might be the smart way to do, because, like, the Viper teams, they're not going to turn around and try and hit other Viper teams. So if you're OUG, your best bet might be playing in plain sight.
That's true, yeah. You could sort of hide amongst the herd, as it were. You know, hey, we're your friends. We're not gonna win it all off of this game. Wink, wink. You know, it's the friendly hop. You know, let's hop around together, buddy. You know, it's just. Well, we'll see. It's anybody's guess at this point. You know, you could. That's one of the really cool things about Nbpl trios, and also it happens in solos as well. But how far things have progressed, how much more in-depth every aspect of the game, the picking process, the bans, these different compositions, the macro elements behind it, you know, the shop and the new spirit well, everything. You know, there's so much that's changed. It's just added so much more to the game. It makes it a lot more interesting and in-depth for the viewer and the player.
Yeah, I mean, I believe it was JL who once spent 6 hero points in one fell swoop so that they could afford a Viper composition. Unfortunately for them, it didn't pay off the greatest. I believe they picked up a total of 2 points on that particular round, but for OUG, right, it's a gamble, but then other teams are going to be trying to figure out what OUG are going to be playing, and they might not anticipate OUG going for such a big spender approach of going for a composition which, as we talked about, is going to be incredibly pricey, but may well pull off dividends, because if you can end the day here and now, you don't have to worry about preserving your hero points all the way to a potential game 8.
Yeah, exactly. High risk, high reward. Are you bullish? Are you gambling men? Are you gonna go for it? Or are you gonna play it safe? You know, try and you take out a bond, you know, just play it safe, save your points, go into next game perhaps, and then splash the cash. Who knows? TXJ, the posture check, ladies and gentlemen. You got your back straight, he's locked in and ready. Raven said this the other day, that every time he sees him, it's as if he's sitting up straighter and straighter every single time. It's he's always putting us all to shame with that posture. But hey, he's the GOAT. You know, TXJ. I think if someone's gonna do it, if someone's gonna come out and salvage the day and prevent OUG from doing it, it could very, very well be him. ASE, another team to be looking out for. ASE performed extremely well in the spring split and also in the bi-weekly calls. They did very solidly on the first day. SS1, another team that so far unfortunately hasn't done all that well, but considering how well they were playing in the qualifying days, I think that they're about to just pounce. They're about to unleash on the lobby.
Yeah, I mean, returning to your point about JL potentially being one of those teams that's top OUG, I believe they're 14.4 points away from match point threshold, having been able to stabilize the economy of game scores in the last couple of rounds after a rough undertaking of game number 1. So they are definitely within a stone's throw distance of that match point threshold. As to DRG, I mean, if you're DRG, honestly, what you might want to just do is deliberately drop an OUG starting location so that you can take a fight against them, dismantle the beginning of that game, get yourself a potential 3 picks, because you're something like 6 points away from match point threshold yourself. You don't need a big game. You just need a couple of picks early off the rip before you can get taken out of the lobby entirely, and then you can play for the next game afterwards where you're in a match point threshold MVP situation.
Yeah, absolutely right. But there is always the possibility that these sort of, you know, usual drop locations aren't going to be in line with what everyone knows. I think earlier you mentioned in the previous games how you noticed multiple teams straying away from their usual tendencies. So it's again, it's still a gamble. You know, if you drop on somebody's on OUG's typical landing spot, for example, and then another team attempts to do the same thing, and OUG goes somewhere else, you're going to leave OUG to their own devices, and you're probably going to be fighting the other team on that drop location with extreme ferocity, thinking that it's OUG and fighting super, super hard, but both of you are going to be doing the same thing. So it's going to be a tough fight off the rip, which might not be what you want if it's not actually OUG.
Well, let's see. We're going to have to wait for the last round selection to see what OUG and DRG are going to be gambling their now refreshed 9 hero points on. My main focus is going to be first round selection. Is it going to be a continuation of Viper domination, or are we finally going to see the monks find strength in numbers?
Doria Morning Dew. Now, I think if no team had been on match point, I think it would be very safe to say it would be quadruple monk. However, considering there is, I think more Vipers are going to come out to play. Well, let's see. A few seconds will tell us the story, and a little bit of each, apparently. What? What? Okay, just throw everything. Oh, it's just one of every comp. Okay, then. Just throw everything we said out the window, ladies and gentlemen. We have no clue what's happening. Apparently, what on earth is this? It's just one of each. You're just, No one has a consensus. No one knows what to do at this point. What on earth?
Okay, well, now Kylan, Zip, Tianhai, Viper, and Syra have all been made that much more expensive, so Sand Siphon, as of, left entirely untouched. What exactly do OUG try and prioritize? DRG are going to be going for Valda with Tianhai and Karumi. So just the way that we see Kylan's with their ultimates try and make plays off of monk grabs, the Valda is going to be able to look for the confirmed spears into reverb grab, and OUG are going to be doing the same thing. Very interesting that they went for a Tianhai team, even though they saw that, like, literally every single composition had been made more expensive.
Interesting. It's interesting that both OUG and DRG are running the same thing. Was this a snipe? Did they know? Did they predict this? Or is this just purely coincidence?
Well, DRG used Valda in the past. They used Valda Tianhai on day 1. So I think OUG might be trying to masquerade as DRG.
Interesting. Well, it's setting up to be a very interesting game, ladies and gentlemen. As phase 1 of each, you know, just a little bit of this, a little bit of that. No full-on majority, I don't think. We've got quite a bit of each composition. There might be a slight majority on one side, but I think there's quite a bit of monk, but they're not all the same monk composition. That's the thing. So does it really count in that regard? Are they going to be
yes, still,
friendly
because
towards?
you have to worry about Vipers and an ice cream as well.
Yeah.
Because there are 2 compositions that are designed to just put you into CC stasis and make sure that you can do absolutely nothing with that V2 on your Tianhai. So no grabs, no self-sustain, no zoning opportunity for the rest of your team. All you do is create a bigger target for your enemy and opponents to be able to melt down. But let's have a look and see, now that all of our teams have picked their team compositions, do we have a majority? Because even though we have multiple different compositions, some of those heroes overlap into multiple setups.
Yeah, and I was just thinking about it, actually. I think Valda Tianhai Karumi is actually a very solid comp against Ice Cream, because if you think about it, Valda is an inherent counter to Feria ult. Because if the Valda's able to throw that spear and catch the Feria, you know, if the monk is also in ult at the same time, if he's already in position, he can immediately grab the Feria and de-mech her, or he can jump into position and do it that way. But I'm not sure how much time there really would be to do such a thing, and if it's actually possible or feasible, because the level of communication to manage to do that would have to be very, very, very up there. So we'll see. But taking a look at these drop locations, what are we thinking, Moxie? What's it looking like?
Well, Arcadia is going to be seeing more action than it has previously. DRG are going to be dropping to the northwest. So potentially a timing attack coming through onto Arcadia once they've been able to loot on up, as they are currently uncontested. GG once again going to be landing over in their favored location of Twilight Pass to come on through. OUG in the midst of both Alliance and FPX. So they're going to have to be very, very careful that their hot drop doesn't become a little bit too heated in terms of third partying, as DRG could lean either towards attacking into Arcadia, or potentially, if they see that fight going on against some other Transformer units, they might well turn onto OUG's end of things instead.
Now, this is an interesting drop location for a monk to be in, because there's quite a lot of buildings, a lot of ways to break line of sight. But of course, we're not going to be having our ultimates right off the rip, as there are no fireflies to be had. There are a couple firefly cages, you know, dotted around the map, but there's no guarantee that they're going to spawn. So prioritizing them can be a little sus-G at times. However, it looks as though OUG are immediately going to be breaking away from this area and moving over to this open space, which it falls in line a lot more with what their composition wants to do. You know, that you want to be in some open space so that if you are going to use that Genhai ultimate, that you can actually find these traps consistently. And now we're going to see the immediate engagement coming out from FPX. The Syra getting very, very low HP. Kiki with the overhold. We're getting overheld here. Forced into the stone form now. The focus release coming out. The bell being utilized. Jin Yu trying his best to chase him down. He's 1 HP. He's gonna go down very soon, but not before he sends a big R&B focus out in the direction of OUG. ZGE with the Palm Lightning coming into the peel, but it's looking pretty unsalvageable. Oh no, he cancels the parry!
Yeah, cancels the parry, at least has access to the F1 to be able to break away from the fight. ZGE is going to burn that F2. Lightning now catches onto 2 players from the side of OUG, but Jinny will be able to just utilize that bell and cover. However, the Palm Lightning spam is providing a little bit too aggressive for OUG's case. Out comes that Valda V2, the spear connections instantly onto ZGE, and they will be able to find the pick off of the back of it. There's no other team in the surrounding vicinity either, so they don't have to worry about getting third-party punished for investing that Valda ultimate for 1 spear and then cancelling out of it immediately.
That was very close. It was almost a very winnable fight, but unfortunately, a couple too many mistakes there on the enemy's side. OUG able to stay together and remain stable in that fight. Now moving over to this fight between 521 and JL. Pampy managing to break away, get around the corner and breaking line of sight. Pampy not bothering to go for the reset here as he doesn't really have the resources to get an efficient one. One Feng jumping in a little bit too aggressive, and 521 turn on him and immediately punish this over-aggressiveness.
Yeah, that's done. Dazzle was absolutely textbook at creating an opening. JL also going to be a little bit too close to that body. They're going to be scattered on out. XSL doesn't have access to that Viper V2 just yet, and unfortunately he's been put against the corner. The app connection looks for an opening, doesn't manage to find it. Another F1 from that Syra forces XXL to relocate over to the low ground, and he's still in an unwinnable 1 versus 3 situation. I believe JL's other player, that Matari, was able to make it out unscathed. So at least they'll still have one of those revives, but definitely not the opening that JL were looking for. As OUG, in the meantime, already up to 3 eliminations of other picks that they could find onto FPX.
Very nicely done by 521, able to stabilize there. It was Takeda was very, very low HP, but they recognized that they'd been able to fully mitigate a lot of JL's, ultimates and resources, and just coming back in with no fear, knowing that they're going to be able to fully consolidate and take down that Yueshun, take down one of those players. Now, ASE engaging with the Viper ultimate. Do we find the stun? We do indeed, but Mist is extremely low. Well, not anymore, apparently. The Syra orbs. He's getting orbed by both of them. He's which one's the one that's gonna heal me? He's managing to break away, getting one of those heals off, and now jumping right back into the fray and getting a huge parry onto 330. Forced to use that combo breaker, going up the sky. The flying knives going back and forth. The Takeda ultimate as well in play, and Xiao Wen goes down, giving GG the full agency to just get on the front foot and get aggressive. And it looks as though they're going to be coming away with the win in this fight, as Han is now the last man standing, being chased down by GG.
Oh, yeah. That's the verticality of those flying knives being able to connect onto ASE's hand, even when he's trying to just use those cliffs and scours his way, making himself a little bit of a harder target for GG to be able to pin down. DRG have been able to find 1 elimination with this Valda Kurumi Tianhai, putting themselves on to 57.8, so still close to that 63-point threshold, but not all the way over it, which means means that they're going to be feeling a lot of stress and pressure. Alliance have been able to win out the fight over towards Arcadia to pick themselves up the Volpoint Essence, which is a souped-up version of Mortal Defiance, as we can have a look into that there are multiple teams in Skygaze. 521 also incredibly close to Alliance's position. Hampy on that Takeda getting very, very close to already having 3 charges coming on through with that yellow state of the V3.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you want as well on this composition with the Takeda. You want to be able to access that legendary state of your ultimate as soon as possible, as it gives you such a huge power spike. You're able to you'll get all of those shoves that have their hitboxes increased exponentially. You know, it not only is it go further, it's wider, and at the end of the animation on the shove with the legendary state, it pulls the target back into you as well. So it shoves them out and then pulls them back in, and it's effectively a 2-second stun on that you have multiple of. Just send out back to back if need be, and it's a huge utility to have. Originally, Takeda was much more of the juggernaut, the bruiser of the comp, where he'd be the one doing all the damage. But as time's gone on, with the meta evolving, he's become much more of a utility and as a sort of punching bag, as it were. But I don't know, he's definitely with the buffs he received, he's definitely been scaled up a bit recently.
True, but those shoves can still be very, very valuable sources of peel. If you see one of your players coming under a lot of focus fire, especially if you get stunned up by a Viper, as long as it's not the silence effect, you'll still be able to keep your players safe. With those Furon hits coming on through, we have our first round of Yangs. We've got to have a little bit of an eyeful of OUG, not really taking a fight after their initial pop drop, but more so focusing on picking up as much loot scaling as they possibly can. We can see that they're starting to drift towards one of those Realm of Yang entrances. Do they decide to take it, however, as it does look like they're headed that way, and they're going to be uncontested for that entrance?
That's exactly what you want. You do not want to be getting sniped out by a griefing-oriented team comp. They're out in the open, but with nobody around, they're very safe to just head right on in. Now moving over to Imperium, there's quite a few more players over here, so I imagine there might be a team that gets griefed moving into that Realm of Yang portal, but oh, there we go. OUG are in, Moxie. They're on triple blue armor. Thankfully, the enemy team is as well.
Yeah, that could have been really detrimental, but you also have to remember that they do have their Karuni armor circle to be able to fall back into, as Jinyu is going to be the person that we follow along right now. So hasn't invested that TNI ultimate until just now. Instantly going to be going for it as Tutik is going to be going for the Terracotta Warrior. But Jinyu's already been able to find a grab. He's already been able to get one player incredibly low. The Viper ultimate is going to come on through, trying to stop him from looking for the slam. AB's about to fall. He's down off the deck. He's coming up through from the scoop. Valda's invested the V2 as well, so any player now that Jinyu catches is going to be sent into a Valda's Bay reverb, as Jinyu now outside of that Tianhai ultimate still has the Valda to be able to fall back into as a sense of feel, and it's just a matter of isolating out some of these players. The knives coming on through off screen to be able to set up the stagger onto Kuku with Zinyu with those dual blades, finds the follow-up, and this is just textbook the parry from SS, as Kuku has no choice but try and throw out that focus hit and buy himself a little bit of space to breathe, and they're just going to keep the fight tight for as long as they possibly can, so they don't have to worry about being shot down by any of the other teams in the open.
Yeah, absolutely. Extending the effective duration of that buff is key for them here. Now moving over to the other Realm of Yang, the alternate universe, the DRG Dongqing, the DRG, the other Valda Tianhai Karumi composition, also going to be coming away with the win in the Realm of Yang. Now, obviously, both of these teams are extremely good, right? They are the heavy hitters, well, one of the big damage, the big numbers teams. However, it's not to say that they're unbeatable or anything like that. And to see both the Valda compositions win could be could be telling that this comp might be pretty solid and might be coming into the meta a little bit more moving forward into this season.
Yeah, but Syra being in play has always made a little bit of a struggle for Valda because she just gets absolutely blitzed out in regards to that overhealth. When the beam comes into the mixes, we're going to be following now Pantheon this Cicada, having to worry about those Cyrus, as it's going to be Tampy covering that courier V2, making sure that no one's able to get into it. Water going incredibly low, but the Fury shoves, as well as the LMP from the flying knives onto both Water and Kiki, mean that even though the Farrier mech was down, FBX still get the opportunity to get into it.
That was very nicely done, using all those Cicada shoves. No, you put the pillar down there, have you? I'll just Tomahawk ult on top of it, then Cicada ult you away from it. No pillar for you. Now on the outside we have OUG up against 521. Both of these teams with that Vermilion Burst Might, so they seem very happy to just commit to this isolated 3 versus 3. Now Ibin unfortunately getting grabbed up. No peel gonna be coming through for him, unfortunately. Oh, what a beautiful parry from Jinyu coming directly out of the Tianhai ultimate. Can he get the infinite? No, sir! He's not gonna get re-juggled or focus attack, but he is still gonna be going down. And OUG another 3 eliminations.
Yeah, OUG just doing a very good job of covering all of the potential options as well whenever they go into those better numbered fights where we can see one go for the parry, one go for the focus, and one go for the light stagger. So they have all of those bases absolutely covered in case their opponent chooses one or the other. As we can see, SS1's Luya has already been able to find a grab onto JL's XXL, and there's the interception with the Kylan VT. Dash follow up, and XXL is absolutely eradicated in a matter of moments. They're only going to be missing that player as SS1 are going to be missing that Tianhai ultimate, and now if they're not careful, they're about to get jumped upon by a Viper team rolling them through for B2.
Oh no, this is not what you want. The Vipers have come out. The ferocity coming through. SS1 Yuan is going to be eliminated, and they do not have a million birth mice, so they are going to be going down fully, at least for the moment. Kukatu does eat a lot of damage, and his teammate does get eliminated as well. And considering they have Yang depletion, they're not going to be able to get resurrected. I'm not sure if they were able to cleanse the 3rd player either. So if they may be fully out of the lobby, but we'll have to wait and see, because that fight is probably going to continue. For now, we're going to be heading over to Alliance, SR, and GG, all scrapping it out in the open. The Syra in the sky. Come here, get back here. 17S swatting at the birds, trying his best but not able to find it.
Yeah, that mosquito will be able to dodge the repellent of those monk hands coming on into the mix. Ballista has also come into the mix. 3-3-0 untangled themselves from the fight to be able to get into a better position of utilizing those ones. And PP now finds himself caught between a rock and a hard place, or in this case, Ballista Fire and Furin shoves. As we can see that OUG have actually revived at the Soul to nearby. They scouted out the fight. They know that some of those ultimates are missing, and they're here to clean up. Baby U comes from through the pick onto GG's TJS, and OUG hit double digits.
Oh my goodness, Moxie, we might... Actually, I'm not going to say anything. I'm just going to shut up. I'm not going to say a word. Looking good for OUG. Looking pretty nice. And it looks as though they're going to be heading over. Oh, hello. Oh, another Valda. Ah, nice to meet you. Let's go into the realm of Yang together, boys. Let's see. Now, here's the big one. Will they end up fighting each other?
Yeah,
because
then
that's
they
the case,
weaken each other. Oh,
no!
5-2-1. OUG versus 5-2-1. DRG still waiting for an opponent to come through.
Now, is 5-2-1 equipped for this? They do have that. They have that legendary ultimate, and they do have similar armor value, so we'll have to see OUG Jinyu monking up. The Tianhai ultimate is in play, but the grab comes through onto Ibin. Syra is going to get slammed. Are we going to see the true follow-up? Are we going to see the regrab? No, sir. No Kylin to get that rejuggle. The Valda Spear was not able to come through in time. Unfortunately, now Ibin has popped that Syra ultimate, darting about behind the pillars, trying not to get grabbed, trying to peel for the team, trying to set up some stagger. Vampy gets caught by the water spear, turning around with that Takeda shove, going to be able to peel for himself. Now popping that F1, the Karumi ultimate is going to come into play once their ultimates have expired. 5-2-1 Ivan is trying to make it around the corner. He does so, but I don't think they're going to give up the chase just yet.
Yeah, Baby U's gonna now cast that ultimate once more to maneuver its position to a different location. Fat Milk having to burn the Temi app because he got isolated into a 2 versus 1. And now it's just gonna be OUG trying to find the isolation lockdowns. They find the Nezzas, but thankfully that Syra's still got the F1 to use the combat breaker and escape out of it. But now they've been able to find the pick potentially onto Camping. He's caught on the pillar by those flying knife interruptions. The parry comes on out, but Baby U gets covered by his Tianhai with the F1. And OUG have been able to remove 1, remove 2. And it's just a matter of cleaning up OUG despite Jinyu going into that fight with blue armor, which meant that his V2 Tianhai transformation state was scaled to blue HP and could have gone down incredibly quickly. Was perfectly kept up by both OUG's Valda and Karumi. They picked themselves up a further 3 eliminations, another set of purple armor for their Tianhai to ferry on over, and a legendary weapon to keep that damage scaled. OUG are on an absolute blistering game of Midoriya right now.
Oh, absolutely. I couldn't have said it better myself, but that does not mean that there's no one around to stop them. As we see, we jump over to JL, who are looking very strong right now. Double purple and then a golden armor. They've and JL again. We're going to be going to the replay, which gave them said gold armor. XXL darting about with the fist blade scale rush, going from pillar to pillar. We see that Impale come on through. The Matari ultimate is yet to be used, but that Viper ult is going to deny the slam coming through from the Tianhai, and he's just getting shredded down. So much damage. And this is DRG as well.
Yeah.
It's DRG that fought them.
Oh, the Volta V2 still in play, but XXL's able to find the connection with the Viper app, and that provides the opening for the turn into that 2 versus 1. OUG, however, they found DRG. Oh, do we see the betrayal, or are they hunting down one specific team? It does look like there's a lot of damage coming on through into some of those players, but it doesn't look like they're openly going to fight each other. It was just a little bit of horizontal attacks coming on through to preserve the movement of those grapple shots. So we can have a look at 5-2-1, who are saddled with Yang depletion, also missing that Syra, so they might have gone for a 2 versus 3 gamble on the realm of Yang so that they got an extended life. Coming on through to revisit the Soul Ultra and potentially have that time to buy one of their players back, as we do meet them when they're on one of those Riptide dealers.
We'll have to see whether or not this recovery strategy is going to pay off for this 4-5-2-1. We also have another team afflicted by Yang depletion, obviously DRG, as we saw them go down to JL. Looks as though they're very buddy-buddy with OUG right now. The only other team running the same composition, so it does make sense. They're going to be rotating.
Is the thing. Even though there's only 2 teams with a Tianhai Valda, there's still 3 other monks than OUG in play, and none of those Transformer teams are going to want to try and take another monk out of the mix. Instead, they're going to turn on the ones who don't have a Tianhai in that composition. OA now comes onto fire.
Yeah, they've only got 2 players out of the 3 alive. Their Viper has been taken down at some point in the game. Looks as though the Yushan is nowhere to be seen, I don't think. I can't spot him on the minimap, so it's only AB alive right now. And they're going to be committing that Valda ultimate to try and lock him down. He does find that one armor swap, but the Valda spear coming on through. Oh. Who's going to be getting the kill? And it's OUG picking up the elimination as well. Another one to their tally. 14.
Yeah, 14.
14.
They have 14 and they're slowly removing the Viper compositions from play as well. And what's more damaging for these other teams in the lobby, no one else is close to double digits other than JL, who are currently sitting on 8. And we do not see them anywhere. Oh wait, never mind, there they are. They just showed up on the minimap. I summoned them into existence. DOG will be able to find a pick onto Fat Milk off of a Tianhai V2 coming on through. That's going to be one Soul Bloom picked up for their Valda, but that Colombia and that Tianhai still in a very dangerous position as JL instantly gonna be coming on through an invasion of that Viper V2. XXL does get held in position by a Wisp coming on out from a straight Temmie's attention, however, and that allows all of the rest of the teams to scatter away before the Viper can convert off of a V2 opening.
they grapple back into the body. Hey, that's mine! That's when okay. You took everything. Okay, all right. I'll go join my team again. And they head back into the safe zone. OUG slowly making their way into the center of the circle. They just bump into one of the remaining members of 521. And now the quick focus attack, but they're not really interested in sticking around as they bore witness to the aggression coming out from the Viper comps, and they want nothing to do with that. Speaking of, we have JL positioned themselves on this Spirit Well, and it looks as though they're going to be able to get their hands on that Bosch.
Yeah, they are going to be able to get their hands on that. DOT were also able to get their hands on a Rebirth Charm this late in the game. So they were able to actually bring back their Valda into the mix, but unfortunately that Valda was not in position to avoid the Yang depletion. So DOG had 2 of their players both get hit by Yang depletion. We were able to cleanse it once, bring the Valda back, and now have to deal with that debuff once again. As we're going to be seeing the capture the flag. I believe Wolves are currently in control of that one as they head on over to the altar so that they can fully cleanse the entirety of their team. OUG were also able to dodge out of it though.
Our alliance going to allow them to do this. And it's looking as though they're not going to make it into the circle if they have Alliance and SS1 guarding it, ready, lying in wait for the team with the flag to turn up. Are they going to get shoved off of this at all? There are a few other teams to take into consideration. They could come in and try and catch them off guard from the flank, but we'll have to wait and see. We do see JL finding OUG. Wait a second. This is the moment, Moxie. This is it. The Monk popping ultimate. Jinyu trying to iframe through. The Matari ultimate is going to come through, and Baby U's 1 HP in a dream. The armor swap. He drops his armor for his teammate. The grab comes through. The slam into the Valda spear. Oh my goodness, this could go either way. And look at all these other teams vulturing in, finding this fight looking pretty tasty.
Oh no! Yeah, the repeater crossbow comes on through, the barb bolts attached to it, as well as the venom tip. We're gonna see OUG. They've got the armor circle. They actually managed to pull up the revive onto Jinyu on the back of it, but unfortunately he's only got blue armor, and the armor circle ran out just as he got picked up too, so he only got a sliver of that armor back. He goes down once more to GG, and there might have been a majority of Tianhais in the lobby, but unfortunately for OUG, no other Tianhai burned their ultimate to step up to the plate and remove the attention from OUG's team, and now they're diminished down to just the Valda. It was looking so good for OUG, but in a matter of moments, it falls fully out of control.
JL, ladies and gentlemen, JL. They're so good. It's insane. They were able to pick out OUG from the herd. They see them at the edge. I don't doubt for a second that they were aware that that was OUG.
That it was OUG.
They must have known, because otherwise it wouldn't have really been worth it to commit, because that was still very dangerous for them to do that.
It's still dangerous though, as OUG's Valda was able to make it out, and they've still got 14 picks, which means if they get kill score multiplier by Valda being able to cheese the last zone fight with a V2, then they can still walk away with that MVP win. So for a lot of these teams, they need to figure out where that last Valda has gone. Unfortunately, they're also going to have to try and play spot the difference, as there are 2 Valdas remaining, one of which, however, has Yang depletion, so DRG's Valda is going to have to play a little bit more aggressively. As JL are on an absolute warpath currently. They've dealt with a huge part of OUG's threat, and now they're turning on to some of these other teams in the area.
It looks as though SS1, with their Yang depletion from the Yang Spirit Well, is gonna be consolidating onto this White Tiger's Prowess Spirit Well at the end of this in this zone. And there we go. We do get the cap from that team. SS1 is gonna be able to claim this buff, but Juan jumping in a little bit early might be putting himself in a bit of a precarious spot, but no, the sipping is going to fully regen that health bar of his with the F1 coming on through. GG fighting desperately. They find... Oh no, I thought it was OUG's Valda for a second. No, you're wrong, Valda.
It's DRG's OUG's Valda. I'm not entirely sure where he is in amongst this sea of bodies. Donquing is going to be sleeping with the fishes, at least until we go to the next round, however. As one Valda has been picked. Now that we get... Oh, there he is. All the way up on the left side at the top of one of those trees. Legendary armor as well as, I believe, legendary halberds. So he still has a very good chance of being able to walk away with a last-minute unnoticed Valda V2, but you have to worry about both JL and Alliance, who've both crept up, so too for GG. In terms of kills that they've been able to tally, one Viper ultimate's being forced. SS1's Luye is going to be able to iframe the activation of the Tianhai ultimate to dodge away from that stun, and they're getting closer and closer to OUG's Valda's hiding position. If that Valda's not careful, however, the Tianhai actually turns his attention to his feet because everybody is now trying to mash him down. He has to go over to one of those rocks, gets the cover coming in through from his teammates Yuan, as well as just running around with the RMB on those fist blades to make sure that no one tries to stick a little bit too close and chunk down the monk when he's down one of those heal resources. And SS1's Kylan's ultimate is now coming to the forefront as the Kylan dash of the V2 sets up the RMB from the longsword, and JL lose one player instantaneously.
Yeah, coming out of that U-shot ultimate, not being able to save himself, not being able to stay alive, just getting caught in between all of these players. Very, very hard to stay alive, and this is looking pretty... It's all on the line right now because JL 11 kills is the only team is the closest team to OUG's current scoreline. So if they go out and they can't equalize, and OUG could come away with this win and end the day early. Alliance is going to be able to pick up the kill onto ZK. SS1 Luoye popping that Tianhai ultimate once again, trying to grab the members of GG. They're tap dodging away, but one of them still gets caught. TJS getting sniped by the musket shot. Very nicely done by Yuan. Now that ultimate has expired. Are we going to see this the chaos ensue? Will JL be able to salvage this one?
Okay, OUG's SS has been spotted and is going to have to make a move, but no, he makes it back up to the top of the tree. PP finds the double grab. TXT and XXL both taken out in one fell swoop. OUG's opportunity is here, but Alliance, by slamming the door shut and the JL MVP, open the opportunity for themselves to sweep it instead. SS down all of that armor is going to go for an armor powder up on top of the tree. The Viper V1 might knock him out of it, but no, he's able to dodge away, and still that Valda is not taking zone damage, is holding on to the V2. Alliance have tied eliminations with OUG 14 for 14, but Alliance's entire team is still up and running, and Yuma is running the field right now with that Kylan V2. Alliance are in full control.
They certainly are. The ultimate coming out from SS1, though, might be the spanner in the works. PP doesn't have ultimate just yet. He will be getting it soon, though. If he's able to survive, he might be able to salvage it. But no, the double grab comes through. Kablam! PP goes for the bell, but he's not able to pop the ultimate. He's not able to survive. This could be it, ladies and gentlemen. OUG SS dropping down from the tree now, popping that ultimate. Will he be able to stay alive until the end? But but no, he gets parried, knocked into the zone at the very bottom. The spear comes through, knocking all of them into the wind turbine, or the water spear. Can he survive? He's low HP. I don't think he's got enough health to survive this one, Moxie. SS goes down, and Alliance stays alive. What do we do? They get eliminated. SS won. Who wins? Is it over? No shot. They win!
Mulder wins it for OUG! We finished the day in 4 games!
我们恭喜2025 Nbpl 秋季赛第一双周3排周冠
Let's
军
congratulations our first Biweek Final Championship of Pros Game, which
作
is
为今年
Team
赛场上第一届
OUG.
唯一一个开
Welcome.
启赛点的队伍，
Wow,
在
you
随后
guys
一把快
excellent
速
today.
终结
You
了
know,
比赛。
you are the
这个冠
only
军真的
one
拿得
team who
太
passed
迅
the
速
match
了，
point
尤
and
其是
also
在最后
finished the
只剩下
game
苏
in
苏
the
一个人
game
的情况。
4.
来，我先
We
问一下
know
另外2
we
位队友。
only left Susu,
西
but
语
you
在
guys just
你和小玉
did
宝已
it
经
and you
倒
guys
下的
got
情
the
况，你觉得
championship.
这一把
So,
OUG 能够拿
first
到
I would
冠
like
军
to
的几率是多少？
know, 金宇, after you guys just died,
小玉宝
how
在你
many
和新宇
percent
倒
you
下的时
think
候，
you guys
你
will
觉
get the
得苏苏
championship?
能够做到的概率有多少？
100%. Just believe my
有没有什么话想对苏苏说？
believe my teammate. And anything you want to say to your
真的太
teammate?
厉害了！其实，在
You are
不
so
到最后一步，
strong.
我们根
Believe
本没
you.
有办
Just
法想
believe.
象这个结局
Susu,
会
I
是
would like
这
to
个
say
样子的。我想问一
everyone
下
is so
你觉得自己现在
excited
心里有
because
多少？
you're so excellent, survived to the end of the game. So I would like to know at the end of the game, so how you're feeling. Yeah, I just came down myself and tried my best in the final circle.
在没有
Yeah,
抱
and I
任
think
何希
at
望的
that
情
time, I
况
think
下
maybe we
拿
don't
下
have
了这个
chance
冠
to
军，或
finish
许
the
对于你
game
们来说
in
是
game
意料之
4,
外，但是
and
在
I
我们的
think
视角
maybe we
，OUG
are
这
going
把
to fight
是
to
在
the game 5 or
也
6.
想问一
So
下，其
just
实在
try
最
our
后
best.
2个满编的情况下，
I would
你
like
自
to
己
know,
站在
so
树
at
枝
the
上的
end
时
of
候，
the
当时
game,
在
like
想什
in
么
the？ final circle,
多拿
when
点
you
分嘛，
face
感觉
to
对
your
吧？
opponent,
得
which
开下
like
一把
two
嘛
teams,
但
they're
换不了
all
感觉。
they're all the
满脑
players
子
are
想的只有
there.
拿
So
700分，
what are you
根本没有时
thinking
间去
about
想
at
其
that
他的
time?。
问一下另外2
I
位队
think
友，
just
当时
survive
苏
and
苏站
like
在枝头
to
的时候，你们
catch
队内
like
是怎么交
more
流的？
points in the game.
没有啊，就相信啊。
就完全没有
Yeah,
在跟他
so
说话，怕影
also
响他的操
about
作
your。your teammate,
说什么了？
anything are you
就让他
thinking
稳住心
about
态加
at the end of the game?
真的
Nothing
能够
more,
感觉
just
OUG
like
今天这个
to
冠军拿的是
like
非
wanting
常非常
to
大心
believe
脏的。
yourself,
包括其
believe
实我想
my
问一下苏
teammate,
苏，因为
believe
刚刚我
himself.
们就在采访里面说，
Nothing,
小玉
you
宝
didn't
说觉
say
得
anything.
OUG 的3排是厉害的3轮车，你觉得今天这个3轮车怎么评价？
I would like to know, so how
太厉
your
害了！当然，我们也
comment
是要请
on
上我们的工作
yourself
人员
on
为
the team
OUG 送上
OUG.
属于他们的冠
I
军
think,
卷
yeah,
轴
we are
以及
strong.
印记。我们
Yeah,
派一个
it's
代表
time
来
to
印章吧，好不好
enjoy？your honor time. So
小
welcome
玉宝
our Scarrow and Seal to the stage.
稍等一下，马上就来。
Okay, we can choose one to represent your team and choose to stamp the
问一下
logo
为什么
on
不
the
派苏苏
Scarrow.
啊？来，这是传统是吧？来，对，我们先把我们的烛龙印对着摄像头展示一
Okay,
下。
now
小玉
it's
宝
time to show the logo to our
来，在你
camera.
身后，挑一个地方。
Okay, now
流
it's
程还
time
是
to
不够熟
stamp
悉啊，这个冠军还
your
是要多拿几
logo
个。
on the Scarrow.
来，我们有请冠军回到舞台中央。其实对于今天的比赛，包括你刚刚中场的时候都在说，觉得作为场上唯一一个开启赛点的队伍，可能对于 OUG 面对的有2个选择，要么就是隐藏，要么就是直接冲锋。OUG 选择了什么样的策略？
干就完了。
干就完了，非常勇猛，拿下了这一把的周冠军。问一下心宇，其实今天的这个比赛整场下来，在前3把 OUG 只拿了1个天选，所以第4把的时候，你当时心情是怎么样的？
我们第4把的时候就这把嘛，然后前面一直在赢，但是后面决赛圈死了有点难过吧。但是看到圈要缩了，就只有2队，然后苏苏一个人在，我觉得还是可以的，能冠应该。
最后的希望在苏苏身上。
Because we have
这个问
like
题问
one
一下，
more
还是想
teammate
说作为
survive to
独
the
狼
end of the game
最
in
后
the
战到最后
final
拿下
circle.
冠军
So
是
we
一个怎么
believe
样的
him
感
that
受？
maybe we will have
很
chance.
刺激啊，感觉我感觉都
Anything you want to say
没
when
想到
you
要冠
in
都
the final
太刺激了，我
circle?
觉得这辈子
It's
不
too
会再次这
excited,
种
you
情
know,
况
and
了。
I'm like,
是的
当然啊，其实我们这一次的3排周决赛也是我们去往意大利嘉年华之前的最后一个周决赛了。觉得拿到了这个冠军，对于意大利的征程有怎么样的加持？士气大涨，看来这一次的意大利 OUG 一定有说法。那么问一下小鱼，马上要去到意大利嘉年华了，有什么话想对你的2位队友们说呢？
加油！
Anything you want to say because you are going to
WC
and what you want to say to your
那肯定是3个人
teammates?
战斗啊，不能让他一个人战斗了，毕竟我们是一个 team。
没错，相信下一次拿到冠军的时候，一定是3个人一起站到了最后。今天的比赛确实非常精彩，也是要再一次恭喜 OG 拿到了2025 Nbpl 秋季赛第1双周3排周冠军。
So let's congratulate again our first bi-weekly final championship, which belongs to Team OUG. Congratulations!
Okay, I have cast many a final circle in all of my years here at Nbpl. I think that is genuinely the wildest win we have ever seen. The fact that OUG, one singular Valda, survives multiple ultimate cycles. There are 2 teams that almost steal away the MVP. Alliance slammed the door on JL's opportunity with a double slam coming in through from their Tianhai. Then get turned onto by SS1's Tianhai. And then SS1 start walking away with all of the picks. And somehow, like, I still don't know whether or not that Valda was able to live until the very, very end, or if it was SS1 being able to come on through with a kill score multiplier, but because they managed to take Alliance's team out before OUG's Valda, OUG got that leg up in terms of ranking points. That is the wildest, craziest, most bonkers finish I have ever seen in NARAKA esports.
Yep, that was ugly. That was ridiculous. SS being able to live that long, and then it looked as though it was over. You know, there was an inkling, and then he gets parried, sent flying into the storm, just barely makes it into the very bottom, just into like the sliver of safe zone that there was left, climbs up, spears all of the players sitting there, and manages to make his way in to just stay alive that much longer. And I same as you, I don't know exactly how it ended up playing out, because I saw the eliminations on the scoreboard happening, and I saw when team got eliminated. I wasn't sure exactly which one happened first or what, but SS1 taking down PP was one of the final nails in the coffin, because he was their lifeline in that final zone to make sure that they could at the very least deny kill multiplier from any other team. But PP going down was just it was the first domino, and then it just kept falling and opened up the opportunity for SS to come in and clutch up the day. 4 games! 4!
That's a record. That is a record. We've seen it go 5, we've seen it go 6. 4 is the shortest day that we've ever had, and that isn't even with the White Tigers press. I tell you one thing too, OUG are so happy that there was a tree that was in that final zone, because it was that one branch. For a huge chunk of the fight, it was the entire tree, and then the zone got smaller, and it was literally a branch where essentially SS is just perched up trying to think as small thoughts as possible to not get scouted on out, because he has to hide from a Viper roll, he has to hide from multiple Tianhai V2s coming on through, where he would be incredibly susceptible to getting plucked out of that tree, and he's able to do the entire thing. Like, fair play to him. He takes a little bit of damage, he doesn't pop the ultimate. He also doesn't try and chase after any of the picks, because he could have felt, pressured. He could have seen, looking at that kill feed, so many other teams all of a sudden getting a lot of traction and momentum in those final moments, and he might have, been tempted to swap over to something like a musket or a pistol and try and grab one of of those kills when he sees a low HP target, but that would have literally been a signal flare to the entire rest of the lobby that, hey, there's someone up in that tree, you should turn your attention onto him. So he holds his will, he holds his V2 ultimate for as long as possible, takes a little bit of cleave damage coming on through, pops an armor powder, still keeps his position on that tree as long as he possibly can.
Yeah, being able to stay up there, that tree was his saving grace.
Yeah.
It's just, thank you, tree. Thank you, tree,
The
for
tree of
existing.
life
The tree of
is
life.
what that is now going to be known as in the NARAKA esports world. What an insane final zone coming on through too, because as we talked about, multiple teams in that lobby knew the composition that OUG were hedging on, that they would be coming in with Evalda. I felt so bad for DRG because Dong Quing was probably targeted down because they thought that it was SS.
Oh my goodness. Look at that as well.
0.5.
0.5. That's all it was. So that's what Alliance died in third.
Yeah, OUG came second.
And OUG dies second, and then SS1 gets the first place. But it's not enough.
Yeah.
Oh
The kill score
my
multiplier
goodness.
too. Like OUG, because they go
1.7.
second, they don't get the kill score multiplier. So it was the closest it possibly could have been. With the kills that OUG had been able to pick up at the beginning, these comms are about to go absolutely crazy. As this is not a full replay of every single team in the lobby brought to you by China Unicom. This is a listening to OUG's comms. So just wait until we get to the part of the match where it's literally just SS alone against the world.
Yeah, do we think that he's like, shut up guys, shut up, let me play, let me play, no backseat. Who knows really? But here we have to look at the Yang fight. This Yang fight was insane from them. They get the huge opener, the grabs. They don't get the slam, but being able to stop them from doing anything with their Atari ultimate and just. Like he was literally, the Atari was literally stuck between the Tianhai and the pillar, and he couldn't move, he couldn't get out of there. And then this fight right here was so good, but 5-1 just blundering.
Oh, yeah. I mean, for OUG as well, every single kill counted. If they didn't get those perfect kills in that realm of Yang, we go game 5. Here is the moment, by the way, where it's literally just SS having to concentrate. I believe he actually loses the legendary halberds too, because he ends up getting parried. So he gets grabbed by a Tianhai V2, gets double grabbed, manages to live off of utilizing the F to catch himself, then goes into that V2, manages to spear one, burns the F to backstep away. He's also got the F1 rather than the F2, which means he doesn't have the combo breaker available, which means he's even more susceptible to that damage coming on out. And there's the moment where OG, they're waiting to see whether or not they get it, and then they get the confirmation, and the celebration, the eruption is immediate.
That noise at the end. Just can't contain himself.
Know themselves. Like, they don't see the names on the kill feed. They get to see all of the other compositions popping on off. They know that 2 Tianhai teams have started flooding the kill feed favorably, and they're going to be looking to see whether or not they're able to find the outlive. But SS1 was also on the same composition that Alliance were, so when they see Alliance's players going down, they might as well think that the SS1's players too.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, it was so like if that had not happened and Alliance had actually managed it, they would have not only have denied victory from OUG, but they would also have been in match point threshold for sure.
So
because if they'd gotten that
DRG.
little bit more, yeah, JL as well. If they hadn't gotten fiended out in the open, if the Yushan hadn't gone down and he'd survived, I reckon it would have been a different story as well, because he couldn't survive. There were multiple Yueshans, but he just got put in between multiple players, multiple teams, and he couldn't survive. And then it just fell apart for JL. And I bet I bet they're not very happy with the rest of the lobby.
No.
Like, how could you let this happen? And you killed us as well. What are you doing? You know,
Yeah,
just
because they did everything. They removed the Tianhai, they removed the Kurumi, they left one lone vulnerable Volda. If anyone had been able to scout check SS's position up in that tree, the VT would have been forced immediately before the zone collapses, and then the Volda doesn't have that second lease of life, nor the pressure to be able to turn the rest of the lobby onto whoever's been caught by the spear. JL, like you said, they're not going to be happy at all. They did everything that they possibly could to weaken OUG, to allow that target that should have been painted on the team who was match point eligible to get absolutely eradicated by the rest of the lobby. But SS, he rolls the dice on the position that he holds, and it comes up natural 20 in terms of stealth check, as well as being able to hit your agility too when it comes to recovering from all of those parries and pressure that came out onto him. Because not only did he get parried and sent out of the zone, he also got hit by the Kylan V2, which then meant that he got entirely pressured and forced out of the zone a second time, which would have meant that his health was deteriorating at such a rapid rate. As we can have a look and see the players that were coming on through with the highest amount of total kills and also the total amount of damage. And note as well that OUG, the only player on their team who comes on through in regards to that, is in third position, and it's Baby You on the Kylan.
Yeah. Props. I want to shout out, you know, all these other teams though. They were really starting to find their stride moving forwards. You know, some of them didn't have the best early start to the day, but some of them had a really good start to the day, and then just it fell apart. You know, 5-1, for example, they were at the top of the leaderboard after game number 2. You know, we see, I think it was Pampy there in second place in terms of total kills individually. You know, 5-1, that is looking really good. You know, they are looking very, very strong. Alliance coming back in and doing extremely well. JL with their ever-present, you know, seemingly omniscient TXJ, who's just, that must be them. That's OUG right there, picking them out of the herd. You know, it's with the theory crafting, the comp creation, and then everything else. All these other teams, you know, like DRG also up there doing extremely well. It's gonna be a very exciting season of NBPL. This is gonna be a really good split, and also we've got EWC right around the corner, so that's gonna be also very, very exciting. I can't wait for the future of this year of NARAKA. Honestly, I can't wait.
I mean, it keeps on giving, is the thing. No final zone is ever truly the same with how much, like, different macro we have, different compositions that we have. We've got all of the pressures as well of having now Yang depletion being able to apply that late in the game, which forces the aggression, so we don't get any of the lull phase. Buccaneer phase, entirely gone. And we got the two extremes coming on through for our first bi-weekly finals. Spider, it took him 8 games and he didn't even MVP the 8th. Star walks away with the win of that one, so it went to overall highest amount of points picked up throughout the day. And then in trios, we had an amazing, explosive, and probably the most memorable finish to a bi-weekly final that's ever gone down on the Pro League stage. 4 games and 1 player left on the team for a huge part of those final fights coming on through. Massive congratulations to OUG's SS. I'm sure his entire team is buying him dinner today.
Yeah, he's getting a lot of pats on the back. Let's go! You did it! You so-and-so, you actually managed it, staying alive. Oh my goodness. He himself didn't think that he was going to manage it. You know, he admitted that he didn't think that they'd necessarily be able to end it in 4 games, but you know, they still said that they believed. You know, we believe in you. You got this. They actually did it. What an absolute legend. And we were just taking a look at our schedule, our calendar for the upcoming bi-weeklies. Obviously, next week, we don't have bi-weekly 2. We have EWC taking place on Tuesday and Wednesday, which is going to be very, very exciting because we have teams and players from all the other regions as well taking part.
Yes, international competition ever present before J-Cup too, so that's going to be a very tasty appetizer to get to see how all of those regions are going to be matching wits on the new meta do we get to see JL's newly formed composition with the resurgence of Yuashen in trios on the EWC stage? Or are we going to be seeing some more familiar compositions because of the amount of time that a lot of these teams have to be able to adjust that composition into their wheelhouse?
Yeah, it's anybody's guess. You know, I feel like this has probably been one of the most this fluctuating metas that we've had for a very, very long time. You know, in previous splits, meta's been a little bit more set. You know, we've had a little bit better of an understanding as to what's going to get played, what's the top tier comps, what's coming in, you know, these first phases. You know, it's you know, there's been upsets before and we've not really seen something coming at times, but more often than not, we have a general idea. But this season, I think we've just not had as much of an idea of what they're thinking. But we're going to be moving over to an interview before we end off the day, ladies and gentlemen. So stick around for that, and we'll be back very soon.